morning to members of the public. If you're just joining us, we'll be getting started shortly. We are just admitting everyone from the wait room. Thank you. Well, good morning. It appears we have everyone admitted from the wait room, so we'll begin. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, November 24th, 2020. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Chief of Police, the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all members of the public joining with us this morning. We do hope you're staying safe and healthy. As you can see, the agenda was published last Friday. It's summarized as follows. We will hear from the Chief of Police with his weekly report. We'll then hear public comment, and then following public comment, turn to the regular agenda. We will first hear the proposed budget from the department that is to be sent to the mayor. And then we have 4 additional items: an OPG matter, destruction of duplicate and obsolete records, a supplemental police report required by the administrative code, and a grant regarding internet crimes against children. And then we have 2 closed session matters. This is a reminder to all members of the public that public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. I do understand that there are family members of Mr. Valencia who may be joining us today and wish to provide comment on the closed session item 4A, and we will handle those separately as is customary by the commission. Members of the public during public comment will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker, they will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment if they request it, for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public can, of course, participate or listen to this meeting in any one of a number of ways. They are all outlined on the agenda. There is a call-in number for individuals wishing to listen but not provide public comment. The members of the public can provide written public comment in advance of any meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. Furthermore, members of the public, if you log into this Zoom, you can raise your virtual hand and you will be placed in queue. Or if you call into this Zoom meeting at the number listed on the agenda, you can press *9 and you will also be placed into queue to speak on that agenda item. The first matter on today's agenda is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, commissioners. So as I do each week, I'm going to speak to racial equity, our efforts of our plan, the DEI plan, as well as the COVID-19 updates, sleeping incidences, crime statistics, and personnel strength. Regarding our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, the efforts continue. And this last week, I was happy to sit down and pleased to sit down with the NAACP branch presidents from throughout the Southern California region, including the president, Daryl Good, from the Santa Monica Venice Beach office. This was a follow-up to earlier conversations we've had with the various branch presidents regarding our interplay and opportunities for the NAACP to partner with us in days of dialogue, as well as our historic project and guidance in regards to developing more effective relationships at the geographic areas with individual commanding officers and those branch presidents. Again, I'm thankful for Mr. Good's leadership, as well as others that were around the table. And we had a good conversation, as well as discussions about their future involvement and potentially participating in a request for a proposal or request for information on our implicit bias training 2.0 is what I'll call it. Is the next evolution of our bias training for the personnel throughout the organization. It was last completed in 2017, and we're currently in the final throes of a request for proposal that will be available on the city's website. This will be a matter that comes before this commission before it's approved, but I put that up there as a point of information, and also encouraging them to look out for that opportunity for partnership. This last week, in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a number of issues in the county effort as far as further restrictions of movements from 10 o'clock at night till 5 in the morning. There's been some confusion with county guidance being different hours and state guidance, and also aspects of restaurant and outdoor dining activities after 10 o'clock. We continue to have a number of ongoing valuable conversations with Dr. Fier. Yesterday, she appeared at the mayor's cabinet meeting, and we had a good conversation relative to the challenges that the county health officers are seeing in regards to this pandemic, its impact on our county's health, and their efforts to establish effective controls and restrictions that allow us to flatten the curve and save lives. The department's involvement with this will continue to be one of education and outreach and encouragement for people to comply. And for business owners, we are taking enforcement action and issuing complaint applications that are with the city attorney's office for prosecution, as well as with the mayor's office for potential utility shutoff. We expect to have more information today as the public health officer speaks with the board of supervisors and contemplates further restrictions given the more than 6,000 cases that were yesterday, a waterline high for the county in this pandemic as far as the number of cases. Internally within the organization, we have seen an increase in our COVID positive test results. We have 790 that have tested positive today. Last week, that number was 722. That's an increase of 68 officers. We have officers and sworn personnel. I'm sorry, officers and civilian personnel. We have had 626 officers and sworn and civilian personnel return to work. That's an increase of 13 from the week before. And right now, presently, we have 162 of our personnel that are at home, convalescing and going through a quarantine period or recovery from this pandemic. I'm happy to report that an officer that was hospitalized just this last week in very critical condition has made marked improvement and is expected to be released before the Thanksgiving holiday, which I am grateful for. The efforts within the organization to continue to ensure that we are practicing personal protective equipment, using that equipment, utilizing practices such as not having communal coffee stations or water receptors. Those are ongoing. We have also had a conversation yesterday with the personnel managers of personnel department and medical services division, and they're now conducting, at our request, independent inspections of our job sites. This is part of the larger inspections that are being done by the county health, as well as medical services division as part of personnel department, as an effort to encourage compliance and ensure that we are following the protective measures in regards to occupancy levels, sanitation, hygiene supplies, our personnel wearing face coverings in office settings, as well as in the field whenever possible. So I look to, we had a conference call last Thursday with all of our senior staff, and it was if you will, an emphasis, that renewed emphasis of our insistence that we follow these protocols. There were some earlier inspections last week that raised some concerns with me and in regards to the level of compliance that we saw in some of our station houses. I was deeply concerned by that, and we will and can do better on ensuring compliance on this issue. I'm also thankful and talking with LEPPL, our Police Protective League, President Craig Lally. They also understand the criticality of face coverings and the need for them and the safety for our personnel, as well as their families, as well as the public. And they issued a bulletin, a broadcast for all their membership over the weekend, in reinforcing not just that this is an expectation and a requirement, but that it's in all of our personnel's best interest to ensure that they wear face coverings whenever possible. So I'm thankful for that support from them as well. In regards to significant events over this last week, we had a series of virtual meetings with a youth forum, our Latino community yesterday. Last Wednesday night, we had an employee wellness presentation by our BSS, our psychologists, to help and build resilience for family members or employees that are going through a troubled time with this pandemic and other challenges that they have on their emotional health. I was able to participate in that, and I'm thankful for that engagement. We've also continued this week with our food bank giveaways and drop-in or pickups and goes. We had a Rampart area food bank grab and go, working with the council office, and as well as with a number of community organizations that provided in excess of 3,000 meals that were lines that began at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. I was there midday, and those lines continued as this giveaway. I'm also grateful for the organizations that are engaged in this, and as they practice good protective measures, distancing, as well as protective measures with face coverings and gloves and sanitation or hygiene equipment and supplies. Yesterday, I was at the Dream Center with again, additional turkey giveaway there. Pastor Garrett, as well as Ellie Dodgers, Justin Taylor was there, and they provided more than 3,000 meals there again. And they actually had started or planned to start at 11 o'clock, and because of the lines and the demand reached back to began actually starting at 8 in the morning, which just speaks, I think, to the underlying sense right in our communities of this pandemic of just how desperate and dire the needs are for food, basic staples. And so I'm happy and pleased to be able to see our department be able to partner with community organizations and others that are trying to fill this critical need at this time. Lastly, this past weekend, as we continue to stress the need for the public to wear face coverings and masks, I want to thank CEO Tom Penn of Co-Protect, an organization that earlier donated over 100,000 masks and face coverings for children and adults. They had an additional 28,000 that they made available, and we picked those up and going through the city's established donation process for COVID-related items, and those were immediately made available to the community members who are, we had exhausted our earlier supply, and they were being asked for more of these supplies. So I'm thankful to Mr. Penn and his organization for filling that critical need. There were two categorical use of force that occurred during this period of time. One was a tactical unintended discharge, meaning an officer fired his weapon by accident. Did not involve anyone being injured or struck. And then the second one was an officer involved shooting that did not involve a hit. Deal with or discuss the tactical unintentional discharge first. That occurred in the Foothill area on the 17th of November at approximately 7:20 at night, and the 10-200 block of Tanga Canyon Boulevard. This is the northeast part of the San Fernando Valley. On that date, Foothill officers received a radio call of domestic violence incident in progress. The officers responded, and the initial officer who arrived was by himself and observed an individual later identified as Alejandro Jasper Vallejo, a male Hispanic, running from the area. The officer did not give chase and waited for the primary unit to arrive. And when additional units arrived, they met with the person reporting, which was the suspect's brother-in-law, and obtained his information. As they checked the background of this individual, they found that he had a felony no bail warrant. And so they went into immediate area searching. During that search, officers were looking for this individual. They looked in a rear apartment complex, and as officer looked over the wall while he was holding his pistol, an unintended discharge. I mean, he fired his weapon and by accident. The suspect was not located during the search. No one was injured by this weapon being discharged, and Mr. Vallejo remains outstanding. Foothill Areas continues to conduct a follow-up investigation on the earlier domestic violence call, and Force Investigation Division responded, will conduct their investigation. The result of that investigation will be brought before this commission. Second was an officer-involved shooting that occurred in the southeast area that did not involve anyone being struck. This happened on the 20th of November at approximately 10:50 at night in the 1300 block of East Imperial Highway. On that date, officers assigned to the Southeast Area Gang Enforcement Detail were patrolling around the Nickerson Gardens. While doing so, the officers observed several individuals congregating around a parked vehicle and decided to initiate a pedestrian stop. When the officers exited their vehicle, they observed one of the individuals, later identified as Nicholas Hankins, a male, black, 31 years of age, placed what the officers believed was a handgun in a nearby vehicle. One of the officers confirmed the item was in fact a semi-automatic pistol and informed his partner of what he observed and advised him to take Mr. Hankins into custody. When the passenger officer attempted to do so, Mr. Hankins resisted, knocking the officer to the ground. Mr. Hankins ran from the location. The officers gave chase. The officer who initially discovered the weapon in the vehicle stayed back to protect the weapon, but upon observing his partner disappear behind a building, he joined and he opted to re-engage and join in that foot pursuit. The passenger officer became involved in a non-categorical use of force. Essentially, the passenger officer attempted to detain Mr. Hankins and used a taser. Mr. Hankins overpowered the officer, obtained control of the taser, and then struck the officer with the taser, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Both officers then took Mr. Hankins into custody without further incident. While this was occurring, investigation later determined that a second individual by the name of Lavelle Bright, a male, black, 26 years of age, recovered the pistol from the above-mentioned vehicle, from the vehicle I've described where it had been placed. He left the area, and we later discovered the pistol in a nearby planter. One officer received minor injuries during this incident, that being the officer that was tased by Mr. Hankins. The other officer was not injured. Mr. Hankins was transported to a nearby hospital and treated for being struck by the taser dart and released. He was not struck by gunfire. And the second individual, Mr. Bright, was not injured. A Springfield Armory .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun was recovered from the scene on this incident. Force Investigation Division is handling both the administrative and criminal portions of this. Both individuals were booked for a felony with a felon with a gun, meaning they're a prohibited possessor in possession of a handgun. Year to date for officer-involved shootings, that brings us to 27 officer-involved shootings for the year. That number was 23 last year. Our 4-year average is just over 31. Our fatal officer-involved shootings this year stand at 7. That number last year was 11. And we have just over 13 as a 4-year average. In custody deaths have remained at 3. Last issue of significance I want to speak briefly about is that you have before you today the proposed 2021 budget for the department. This budget, in my view, represents a bare bones approach.
If you don't mind, Chief, I'd rather reserve the budget for that item on the agenda so that we don't open up for commissioner questions as well, if you don't mind, sir.
Absolutely. Let me transition then over to crime. Crime numbers have been posted, and I've spent a fair amount of time in the last few days speaking about the increase in violent crime and my concerns as to what the underlying factors are influencing that increase in shooting violence, particularly in the central and south portion of the city, as well as our strategies in an effort to stem that increase. I'm encouraged by efforts of the community. Just yesterday, we saw an organization called Justice for Murdered Children with Ms. LaWanda Hawkins hold a press conference calling for community engagement, echoing remarks that we've made not just over this weekend, but in the period of time during the summer where we've seen this increase in shooting violence. Moving forward, the department will continue to focus its resources, every available resource, on stemming this violence through its investigations and through a presence of uniform officers in the field in these areas where we're seeing this outgrowth. Just in the last 24 hours, we've had additional 4 homicides in different portions of the city. So one appears that may involve a personnel dispute, but the others appear to be gang related or involve street violence that is a continued challenge for us. Weapon arrests in this city are up substantially, more than 17% year to date. To put that in perspective, last year at this time, the department would make about 80 arrests per week for a person with a firearm. That number has grown to 93 this year per week. So the efforts of our officers are out there. They are being proactive. They are searching to identify those responsible for gun violence. But we need the public's help on this. We need the public's help in the sense of stemming these low-level disputes. We had a road rage shooting this morning between 2 individuals on a highway, resulting in an injury. We see 2 days ago a shooting involving eggs that were thrown at a building down in Nickerson Garden, and the ensuing argument resulted in an individual shooting 2 other individuals. So this level of violence, this propensity to resort to gun violence, is troubling. I'm hopeful and look forward to the commitment of our community leaders to step in and ask for not just peace, but to engage in our communities that are stressed, that are under a great deal of pressure, and that feel a certain chaos, if you will, in our neighborhoods to help bring calm. We do need jobs, we need food, we need housing, we need issues here that many Americans here in Los Angeles are suffering from. And that is, I believe, creating a significant portion of this tension in our work on our people. I'm committed, even with reductions that we've seen this year and the this level of staffing that we have, to remain focused on violence reduction through every means possible. And with that, my staffing levels, we've posted those online, and I'll conclude my remarks and take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. And Commissioners, as you can see, I'd like to reserve budget questions for that item. So if we could follow the agenda in that way. Chief, I'd like to focus on the rising issue with, the issue with rising violent crime, in particular homicides. And I have read the materials your staff and you sent from the Police Executive Research Forum, as well as statistics of what's going on across the country. And I wonder if you can share anything with respect to your conversations with other chiefs around the country about the problem many major cities are facing, even smaller cities are facing, with a similar rising violent crime rate, and strategies that you're collectively employing?
Yes, thank you. So this is an ongoing conversation. It's an ongoing scan to look across other major cities and even mid-sized cities to understand what strategies are they using to counter. So far, the issue has been there has been no new, if you will, sudden invention of an initiative or something that just automatically quells this violence. It does speak to the underlying sense of tension. This is not family violence. While we're worried about the underreporting of family violence because of the lack of schools and the lack of access to children, the vast majority of this is people who do not want to stay home, that are find themselves out in public settings and becoming victims or targets for other individuals that may be pursuing that over a petty jealousy or social media posts, or believing that now is a time to exact revenge. Just yesterday, I was one of the partners that were on our Latino committee, our virtual meeting, was from Homeboys Industries. And they reported that they've lost 12 of their clients, if you will, this summer to violence. A startling number, recognizing, and they're very concerned, as we are, about this outgrowth. These are individuals that were on a path of recovery. These are individuals that were on a path to right their life, working with one of the most effective organizations that I'm aware of. And yet the industry and even the programming itself could not protect them from the violence that is in the streets today. So we need the ongoing efforts of all of our community-based organizations to encourage people to be in safe places, and also to deepen our engagement with individuals that are out engaged in this violence. I spoke this morning with the Urban Peace Institute on their efforts in South Los Angeles and their efforts of combating this through exchange and conversation. And all of them, Chapter 2 and others, are remarking about the difficulty that this is in a COVID safe environment to have these encounters, and how much that they believe that's undermining their ability to stem this reactionary violence back and forth. So what my commitment is for us to continue to press that. We do have gang intervention workers as essential workers, and just as our people are out in the field and in the streets working and having conversations with people, I'm asking for interventionists to do as well. And I also recognize that with this increase, that they feel themselves a bit stressed and overwhelmed, and I won't say helpless, but they're asking for more help. They're asking for more resources, and I'm encouraged by the recently approved investment by Mayor Garcetti to expand GRID by an additional 33 ambassadors and community intervention workers. But we've got to increase that even more. This is a COVID-related pandemic matter. This is, I think, what I'm closing by every conversation I have with every major city chief. This began as part of this pandemic that we're in, or it amplified, it accelerated. So as we're looking at other attributes of this pandemic and its impact on our health and welfare as a community, I believe this violence interruption is another area that we have to invest in as part of our COVID response.
Thank you, Chief. I do have many more questions on that issue, but I also see, we have a full agenda for today, and I'm sure my colleagues have other questions regarding your report. I will only say, Chief, that I think the commission and fellow commissioners, I think we should schedule one of our upcoming meetings, likely in December, to focus on rising crime rate and hear in more detail from the department and some of these community-based organizations about the issues and the challenges. Certainly time or past time on our part for a deeper dive into all of these issues rather than just asking the chief a few questions at each meeting, and of course doing what we do outside of these meetings. But I do think perhaps we can give light to some of the challenges, problems in more detail by having a significant meeting on this issue alone, and bringing forth community organizations who are in the field working on this as well to hear their perspectives. So Chief, I'll work with Mr. Tiefenk and your staff on getting that meeting organized so that we can shed additional detail and perhaps additional light to the challenges that not just Los Angeles is facing, but many cities around the country. Let me open it to other commissioners. Anyone? Just open your microphone. Let me know you have questions. Commissioner Kalanche, I see you're open.
Yes, I just want to concur with your request. I was just going to suggest that we have some of the interventionists and other orgs be scheduled. So I just want to say that I agree. We need to have a longer conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Severoff or Bonner? Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me all right? Great. First, I want to also say I think it's a good idea to have this conversation that you're teeing up for some time soon. And I guess I have a couple of requests for the chief and questions or requests, and maybe you can comment briefly here, and they actually fit perhaps nicely for some conversation around this meeting that we may be planning. And I think I'm looking at both the near-term issues that we have with what's going on in the communities now and the level of violence, but also acknowledging, as you referenced, the pandemic, but we're also having this conversation against the backdrop of the racial reckoning and the realignment and recalibration of the relationship with the community and others. And so it's, even though they all raise some different issues, but they're all at some level interrelated. So I want to offer a little bit of that context. And part of what I perceive is, and I'm thinking about this both in conversations the last several weeks, not only here at commission meetings, but the crime calls that we have periodically, and talking with some officers and others. And at some level, what I perceive is there's a little bit of indecision, or what I might think of as, tentative hesitation. When I'm referring to it, and this is speaking to what's to be done about the spike in gun violence now. How you can get the better handle on this, and I think there's when you think about the issues are related, that's what I think at some level creates a little bit of hesitation about the tools that are available and how well you can use them, and how you can be effective, but also doing it in a way that's acceptable to the communities and all of those kinds of issues. But I took, as I've tried to continue to think through and educate myself and so on, I spent some more additional time in 77th over this weekend. In fact, I was there probably just an hour or two before one of the shootings occurred near the station there. But I went there to reflect not only on the conditions, in the communities, but also my own experience with gun violence. And fortunately, I say as a witness to gun violence, I wasn't a shooter and I didn't get shot, but I did. It was 1984, 85, was on my way to work in the middle of the night in a rough area of town, and happened upon some kids fighting in the middle of the street, and stopped because I couldn't get around them. And there was some gunfire, rang out, and turned out that one of the kids was shot in the face, and he approached my vehicle for help. So he came to the driver's side of the car, and first thing that, of course, I was shocked by was just the imagery, the sight of seeing what it looks like to have a bullet wound go in one side, or entrance wound going in one side of the face, but to see this kid's face swelled up about the size of a cantaloupe on the other side, and going through all of the effort to try to speak. And I didn't help him. I helped him as best I could in terms of staying there, because I couldn't really get out of the situation with being blocked in. But I didn't do the heroic thing of letting him in the car. I didn't do those things, largely because the guys that had shot him were still in proximity. And this was, of course, before cell phones and all those things. But so he stood there bleeding, and we were looking at each other as to really in a state of shock. And eventually the police came and took my statement. They provided assistance. And then it started almost immediately, not just the shock I just described, but also the fear of being seen, talking to the police. It was a major concern of standing there around a lot of people I didn't know who saw that I was cooperating or speaking to the police. And then it caused a lot of conversation in the family. Father, hey, cooperate, tell what you know. My mother's point was, these people don't care about you, don't get involved. You've already done your part by speaking. Now, fortunately for me, I ended up moving shortly, some months later, moving to Los Angeles, starting college. And so I was hoping that I was kind of out of the situation. But eventually the subpoena did come, and I was required to go back to testify. And then I had all of the feelings of sitting in the courtroom, not only seeing the people involved, but being seen by the people involved in the situation. And I was adamant that whole time about I didn't see anything, probably what you hear a lot of people saying on the streets today. And it turned out that the case, was turned not on what I saw, but what I heard. They were interested in what I had said about the number of rounds that were fired, and in what with what and what succession and so forth. And that was what was needed to establish this case for attempted murder. Now, I mentioned all that, and in fact, this is the first time I have, other than mentioning this to Chief Arcos yesterday, this is the first time I've talked about this in probably 30 years or so. In part because I felt a lot of guilt for not being more courageous in helping this person. I felt conflicted about the role and responsibility to help deal with the situation. But as I was down there this weekend, I was also aware of some of what you just referenced, the need of working with the community and how we get more people to come forward. Now, they didn't have to come looking for me. I was there and on scene, but so I didn't have a choice to comment. But I was reflecting on the fact that my experience was that it did not seem to me, very much consistent with my mother's view, it did not seem to me that the police or the system, the prosecutors who talked, the court system, I didn't leave there with the feeling that they were really concerned about me or my fate or the fate of the family and what would happen to us in that situation, having cooperated. Now, that's not to say they were mistreated. I'm just simply saying that's a consideration, that people have to live in the communities that where they're seeing these things happening, live with the people who are engaged. And so I'm reflecting on a fair amount on the challenges there in terms of what more can be done to help people in the community really feel that the department and others who are involved in the system really are there to not just achieve a clearance rate and close, make arrests and so on, but also to feel that they are there for the long term to protect the community, to establish calm, and to be a positive force that lends itself to that kind of ongoing cooperation that you need. So I just say that the takeaways I felt, one was toxic stress. I have to say that when we need to talk more about that, perhaps at this meeting that we're talking about scheduling, because the toxic stress in these communities is profound and pervasive. And it's both not just for the members of the community. I know it's for the officers who are working there as well, in terms of all that they see, the tentative nature of what's going on and being pulled in different directions and things that I alluded to. So it's a relationship interdependence, if you will. The community, the police need the community to help address crime, but the community really, needs the police and to solidify that sense of partnership. And so my questions, if you care to comment now, but they're asked, relative to this other discussion and even some of our discussion about the budget. What I'd like to do is to make sure that we, in sorting through all these very complicated issues, are aware that that it's much more difficult than the trade-off of cutting the police budget and funding social services. And when I'm just give you a couple of examples before I ask you my questions. 10 years ago or whenever we had the last crisis, we thought if we just had money, we could do all these shovel-ready infrastructure projects and get people to work. Then we found out that there's a lot more to it, that those projects were not ready to go. They had to get through a lot of regulation and a lot of money sat on the sideline. Several months ago, we see now that EDD, money came to a lot of these communities that need it, and the Employment Development Department doesn't have the infrastructure, the systems, the process in place to get that money on the street, fast enough. And so a lot of those claims got held up. And just recently, the state auditor looking at the homelessness issue and housing, and they issued a fairly scathing report that was pointing out that all this money had been made available, and you have all these multiple agencies that are involved in trying to get more affordable housing out. And looking at one of the conclusions was the lack of a comprehensive plan allowed one agency to mismanage almost $2.7 billion in bond resources because there was not a sufficient plan. So I'm raising this to, again, suggest that it's been a year of focusing a lot on the challenges and the problems that all well taken. But I'd like to see us moving, as we move into next year, also then moving to a good year of planning and implementation as to how to really sort through some of these issues. So my ask to you, number one, is whether it's for this meeting that's coming up, that might be the appropriate time or sometime, is can you prepare a briefing on what I would characterize as the infrastructure in place to facilitate this integration with the community? I was referring to it before as Measure J. I was in particular the motion that the county passed to build this infrastructure to include the communities into the decision making and to establish co-ownership in the results. So that's one, is to comment on whether what that looks like and what we might do there. Secondly is, and it's related, is to start to sketch out some of the department's case for non-policing resources. And what I'm saying there is that in these communities, you got to have housing and you've got to have education, all those things that have to occur in a safe environment and condition. And in many cases, it's not resources that you need at the department, it's resources that the department, because of your expertise in public safety, can help others understand how they can deploy resources effectively to leverage the work that you're doing. So I'd like to understand, what areas where you feel non-policing that at least you can add that expertise. And then finally, in light of what I've just mentioned in terms of my own experience, which I have tried for some time not to inject because it's not really about me, but if there's more that I can do in based with my experience or in learning what's going on now in that area of working with witnesses or potential witnesses and how to encourage more people to come forward to help create a safer environment in their communities. I'm eager to do that and see that as just another level of contribution that at least I personally might make to this conversation. So I just leave you with those three requests. If you have a response now, that's fine. But if not, at least it fits nicely with Commissioner Decker's question, at least as to how part of this conversation may be framed.
No, let me respond. I think if I would just for a moment, the essence of this is we are part of the community. We have a shared responsibility, and we have a compassion and empathy to support victims of violent crime, and also to recognize that those engaged in this violence, part of the neighborhood conditions and what has fueled or allowed those to happen is a lack of support in family units, a lack of education, of substance abuse, of people who are not given the types of resources necessary to be successful, and don't have good coping skills or lack tools at their disposal. The policing is just one aspect of this. I do think that our core values, our service to our communities, the fact that we center on the fact that we're here to enhance public safety, but to reduce the fear and instances of crime. That it goes to, as we look at community policing, as we look to relationship building, the development of the Community Safety Partnership Bureau, those local neighborhood level efforts, but also longstanding senior lead programs, the efforts of partnerships and engagement around not just the CSP program, but of just day-to-day work in the areas. I had a conversation just yesterday with City Attorney Fuhrer about city services, and in this time of finite resources and actually reducing resources, how do we better coordinate these other city departments on neighborhood levels issues that are not a police function, but goes to our purpose, which is ensuring that collectively we're all building and improving those neighborhoods. There are programs such as children exposed to gun violence that we, again, another city attorney project working with Children's Hospital that assigns psychologists and workers to work with children exposed to gun violence, just as a very statement, so that when you see the gun violence that you saw, you remember 30 years ago, I'm imagining those 4 children, I believe it was 4 children that were in the home on Sunday when that shooting occurred over eggs being thrown on a building. And so these are wrapped into our work. And I look forward to an opportunity that when we talk about our efforts in a more in-depth fashion, that you see our community engagement, our investment in communities with compassion, with empathy. On the back of my coin is purpose, partnerships, and compassion. It speaks to the fact that this is not an organization that leads with enforcement. It's an organization that uses enforcement and needs the public demands that we hold people or bring them before the criminal justice system for justice. But it is so much more richer than that to deal with just the very aspects you talked about, the intimidation, the guilt, the feeling of I don't even want to be seen with a police officer for potential conflict or the repercussions I might feel. How do we work in those communities that feel that trauma to de-stress it and to find ways to protect them from those types of elements that are out there. Gang intimidation is an absolute reality. And that's, for instance, and I'll close, the safe passages of a community safety partnership effort in each of those 10 communities is because of the intimidation that can occur involving young people as they're simply trying to get to and from work or to and from school. So I look forward to the conversation. I think this is an area that we shine and we have always more work to do, but I believe that this is an organization that is well positioned to demonstrate our commitment that building trust is not just enforcement. It's about demonstrating a true belief that our people's work matters and that their work is dedicated to the safety of the communities in which they serve.
I appreciate that, and it looks like Commissioner Soboroff is going to jump in here. I would also, I need to also say that our comment on one other thing that I saw there, and this was at the Harvard Park CSP site, and on my way home, I did just by pure coincidence happen upon a couple of CSP officers who, at the moment that I rolled up, the body-worn cameras were on, and they were in the middle of addressing a domestic incident. They had been approached by a young woman in the park who had a young child, infant, in her arms, and apparently there had been some altercation or interaction with the child's father. It was not supposed to be in proximity to them, and she was very relieved to have ready access to the 2 officers who were there, who had intervened on her behalf and were involved in resolving that matter, just as I happened to be there. So I not only had that opportunity to witness some of what you just alluded to and reflect a little further on the work that they're doing and how they approach that. So just know that that's a continuing part of the thought process for all the reasons that we're suggesting here.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Did that conclude your remarks, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And also good points for issues Chief will want to bring forward in that special meeting. Commissioner Soboroff, sir?
Sure. I just want to thank all the commissioners and the chief for the input that they've given just now. I think it's been meaningful. It's touching. It's serious, and it's personal. I had questions of the chief, but he answered most of them in his presentation. What I'm sad about, and you can set the clock for 1 minute for me, I'm going to go through this quickly, is none of it surprises me. Except for one thing. When I hear that 12 members of Homeboy Industries have succumbed to these issues, when they happen to be involved in one of the greatest, loving, successful programs in the world, it's concerning to me. And my hope is that during this upcoming meeting, hopefully we could get Father Greg's perspective on this. And as I go back through the years and through many of the meetings, it's important that at that meeting that we hear from some people who are on the ground, not just their bosses' bosses and the bosses' bosses' bosses. I want to hear again from Blinky Rodriguez. I want to hear again from Sweet Alice Harris from Watts. I'd like Ann Tremblay to bring some of the gang intervention workers firsthand and hear these firsthand stories, because when you get a surprise like the chief just stated, the people that are getting just the attention of the attention and the love and the warmth of an organization like Homeboy, having these kinds of issues, we have to go deeper. And so thank you, Commissioner Decker, for setting up this upcoming meeting. But I want to hear from the people on the ground, and nobody can talk more about Homeboy and the disaster that the chief's talking about than Father Greg, if he's available. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner Soboroff, all good suggestions, and critically important that we hear not just from the department what they're experiencing, seeing, and the reality that they're faced with and working with victims, but from those who are in the community, these community organizations that have experienced the violence as well and who are struggling to help our communities. So all good ideas. Commissioner Kalanche, was that? No, okay.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
I appreciate everything that's been said, and it's been very moving, but I also do want to think about the framing as we move forward, because a lot of what's happening is not a police issue, right? Police are asked to respond after the fact. And one of the things that the youth that I work with and youth across the city have been pushing for is the creation of a youth department, right? We're the only large city in the country that doesn't have a youth department. Therefore, all city services for youth are spread out across many different departments. So there needs to be more investment in communities and youth as a partnership to reduce some of these issues. So I don't want to frame this as a police issue. We're asked to respond to these like very, tragic or very unfortunate circumstances, but we need to partner with the community and hopefully someday a youth department, because some of the data that I've been sent basically says that 19-year-olds have been like the average victims of shootings. So I just want to be careful, and as we move forward, to not make this about policing, but make this about investing in communities, and also how law enforcement can partner with communities versus investing more in law enforcement. Because I think that there's a root cause of issues in communities that stem from like not investing enough in some of the resources that communities need, so that youth have jobs, so that youth can, go to college. So I just want to be careful about framing as we move forward. And I really think that this is an important meeting, but I think framing is also very important. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you to all the commissioners for sharing your respective thoughts. That will conclude on our agenda. The chief's report will move to public comment. But first, Madam Secretary, I understand that there are family members related to Mr. Valencia, the matter on item, I believe it's 4A. If they are here, they did identify themselves in advance. If they are here, I understand there are up to 4 family members here. They've been advised they'll get 3 minutes each. And Madam Secretary, if you could just call them in the order that you have them, should they be here?
Okay, first we have Robert Cortez.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Oh, do I have 3 minutes now?
Yes, sir. Feel free to begin whenever you're ready.
Um, well, what is the questions like? I don't know the question.
Sir, this is, as you know, we're hearing a matter in closed session. And this is your opportunity to speak to the Board of Police Commissioners about anything that you would like to say to us before we hear that matter.
I do want to say, I know it's in short time. I do want to say that we need to do more something for the mental health. I know that. I just, recently, a few months ago, I lost my brother-in-law. And I think, there's no one to blame. I think sometimes it's misjudgment, but I think there needs to be more programs for them. I know, like, that's like us. We're like, we're sane. We could think, and stuff like that. But I also believe too that they're sick. They're sick out there, and they need help. I really think too that um kind of have more of an understanding for them, because a lot of times we don't want to deal with them. We don't want to hear them out. Some usually times when you see them, people think they're gonna hurt somebody, and that's not true. I know that for I'm an actual witness to my brother-in-law. He wa- he was harmless. And I'm being honest. And it's too bad that he lost his life, but he was really harmless. I really, but what's really on my heart is that there needs to be something that would make a change on those that are they're just mentally ill. It's a sickness. It's something from the past. It could be trauma. It could be, it's all kinds of sort of stuff. But I really think that we need to start having good judgment on when we react to them. Um, I don't think they're all violent. I just think that we judge by the cover because they're moving or they're fidgeting, or maybe they look all crazy or whatever it is. But I don't really think they're very harmful. I really think they need people that listen to them and love them. But what it is that we don't sit down and talk to them, and we need to learn how to embrace them and care for them, the same way that we embrace our children, the same way that we embrace our wives and our husbands. So um, that's what's on my heart. um, and it's just out there, and um,
Thank you.
they should they shouldn't be getting shot like that. They shouldn't. Like, I'm not just saying it because that was my brother-in-law. But I mean, I saw the video myself. I was really bothered by it. It wasn't very nice picture of it. I saw him. I saw him. I saw him die. I saw him die. I didn't see the man shoot him. Of course, this says that the camera didn't work, but when he was on the floor, then the camera started working all of a sudden. But like I'm saying, like, and, you know, what's done is done already. But what I'm saying is that we need to start having more compassion for the people in the streets. I think usually when we go down the street, I mean, we can see from a distance. I see people wearing glasses. I see some people not wearing glasses, but we could see from a distance. You could see a homeless person from far. You could see a person that's sick, that's standing in the corner, and you know, you could tell they have a mental issue. I think sometimes um we judge by the cover, and we can you could tell they're sick. You could tell they're sick, and I just want to say that you know, we should take the time to analyze it before we react, because they could cause other people to lose their lives, and it just doesn't affect, you know, just us. It affects a lot more people that have lost loved ones this way. I believe that I've seen another video of I don't want to bring it up, but I know there's another place where they use beanbags for the guy. They tased the guy.
Thank
But
you,
the guy,
Mr.
you
Lopez.
know, he ended up getting shot and killed because I think he something was wrong, you know. But I really think too that there could have been another way for my brother-in-law.
Yes,
Uh,
sir. I understand you have other family members who wish to speak as well, sir.
okay then.
All right. That's my understanding, that there are other family members who wish to speak as well, sir. If you want to conclude,
Well, if they want to go, I mean, yeah.
okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Madam Secretary, if you bring the next speaker up, please.
Okay, next we have Sara Cervantes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Cervantes. And I believe you were also advised you have 3 minutes. And
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Please begin whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Okay. Chief, I remember I spoke in front of you, I think like less than a month after my cousin was killed, Victor Valencia. I hear you guys talk about the violence and everything like that, and it's true what my cousin Robert said. You know, the mental resources out there are like limited because people don't care about us. You know, me myself, I struggle from depression and PTSD. You know, like everything that we've gone through in our lives, and I know I grew up with Victor, so it hurts me more because well, not more than his actual sisters, but it just he was our blood. That's like you know, your your employees, which that's what I call them, no disrespect, they need more training. They need to know how to deal with people with our state of minds. You know, it's not our fault that we go through this mental state. Um, from what I know, officers also go through PTSD, and you know, I think you should see it like that as well. You know, since they're your family and he was my family, I just don't feel like he deserved to get killed. Just like my cousin said, there's other ways to go about things, and the sergeant I remember that killed him, that whole video looked like a training video, and that's not what should have happened. There had to be another way. I mean, even in the video when he was waving around the bicycle tool or whatever it was, nobody was scared of him. And I tripped out on that video. I was just like, why isn't anybody scared of him? Why is anybody running away? Well, what gave this officer the reason to shoot down my cousin like if he was nothing, like if he was nobody? He was a father, he was a cousin, he was a brother, he was special to us. And right now I'm also going to marches and stuff, you know, because of in his memory. Also because I also have a recent new family member who passed away from the UCLA hospital as well, which is Nicholas Burgos. Also, Alex Flores was my childhood friend. So and they all suffer from mental, you know, and I just think that it's true. We need more resources for them because it's not fair to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cervantes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming forward today.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I understand there are other family members who wish to speak today as well.
Those were the only names provided that I saw logged in.
All right, very well. I want to thank the family members who came forward. All the members of the Police Commission, know it's very difficult for you to come forward after a family tragedy and to speak publicly. But we greatly appreciate you not just taking the time for that, the words that you shared with us. As members of the Board of Police Commissioners, we will hear all of the evidence, all of the facts relating to the incident that took place. We will adjudicate the case fairly and objectively in accordance with the law. And at the conclusion of today's meeting, you'll hear the readout of our decision. Thank you again for coming today. Madam Secretary, we will now move on our agenda and take up the public comment period, and we'll begin the 45 minutes of public comment. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Sophie Wang, followed by Alfredo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I'd like to speak on items 3A and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thanks. Good morning, commissioners. I just have a couple of questions for you all that I don't necessarily expect responses to, but just wanted to kind of put out there. So first of all, did you all know that LAPD this year is requesting their largest budget ever? 1.827 billion is what they're requesting, which is a 106 million increase over their 1.721 billion appropriation last year. I mean, Moore is masquerading their budget request, as you already heard him start to say, as a decrease, and crying to you all about this kind of bare bones budget when it's actually an increase. So as you move on to discuss the budget, please remember this. The city, as I'm sure you all know, is currently facing $600 million shortfall, and LAPD's budget is by far the largest of any of the departments. Nothing else approaches even half of their budget. And you're telling me that they're asking for an increase in their budget this year? I mean, as the city has been saying, as the people of the city have been saying, 1.72 billion is already way too much money. And then my second question is, you know, if you didn't know about this increase, do you all know what LAPD spends their money on each year? And I don't just mean, you know, the 100 million or so that they request of new spending, like what's in the proposal in the agenda today, but that, again, 1.7 billion that just gets rolled over from the previous year. I think it's pretty clear by now that you don't, and really that no one does, including the controller or LAPD. So how the heck are we supposed to believe that you actually keep LAPD accountable in any way when you don't even have access to their whole budget? Again, it's not our job as the people of the city to know the LAPD's budget or to do all of this work to understand what the fuck they're spending their money on. Again, that's your job and you should be doing it. And in the meantime, since we can't trust you to do it, we ask you to vote no on this budget. We demand that you give 2 weeks for public comment, expand the amount of time you give for public comment in these meetings, and make the development and approval of the budget a participatory process.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alfredo, followed by MW.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 3A. And I would like to start by saying hello, thank you, everyone. Commissioner Clanche, I would like to frame my comments and with your framing. We have to stop thinking about this as police issues. We are not trying to defund the police because we don't like the police. We have seen what decades and decades of investing in these in policing has done for our communities, and we have seen that they are not good investments. We want a freeze on the police budget until you account for the 1.7 billion. The Police Commission should not vote on this issue this week. We need 2 weeks of public comment, and you must make this a participatory process, because we cannot continue having budgets being passed behind closed doors without nobody being aware of this. More people should participate in what their money, the people's budget, is being used for. There must be an immediate end to pretextual stops, which is how LAPD uses unrelated excuses to racially profile and.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MW, followed by Alexis Takahashi.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all the items in addition to public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I want to say limiting public comment to 45 minutes must end, and transparency for how speakers are in queue needs to be implemented immediately. And Chief Moore, we're all concerned about rising violent crime rates. I specifically am concerned about the rising violent crime rates from LAPD. Your officer-involved shootings are up over 30% this year, while you state today that 9 months into a pandemic, your officers are still not capable of following the simple, obvious law of wearing a mask, and that you're hopeful that they will improve. I mean, how many laws is your force not capable of following? Are we all just to remain hopeful that your force follows the law while you openly partner with lawless Sheriff Villanueva, who has ongoing evidence from the OIG of multiple racist deputy police gangs? And there are more and more evidence occurring in your department as well. Commissioners, do not vote on this budget today. From a police chief that is asking for a $100 million increase over a base budget with zero transparency. It was grotesque today to hear from Chief Moore, to hear him talk about crime rates due to fatherless families and drug crimes. Where do you think the dollars have gone that could have been used over the past 40 years to heal these underserved communities and strengthen the core values of these communities that are hurting, that have been wasted on criminalizing poverty because of departments like yours? You are clearly still steeped in old, disturbing rhetoric. Commissioner Calanchi, calling for pouring into root causes of need is the focus of Reimagine Community Safety. And I appreciate you stating that clearly today, not billions invested into state violence against the people. Commissioner Soboroff wants to hear from Homeboy Industries. Just as an aside, with all the good that they do, their budget is 19 million for the tens of thousands and for all that it builds in the city of LA and beyond. Commissioner Decker, it's deeply disturbing that Soboroff was not even present for the words of Sarah Cervantes, who has lost 2 family members and a childhood friend to state violence, as well as you interrupting the personal words of Robert Cortez as he was offering suggestions of compassion. These are just a few evidences of how off base and misaligned this community of oversight is. While the murderer, Sergeant Langsdale, is.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alexis Takahashi, followed by Heather C.
Hi, I'd like to speak to item 1, item 3A, and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to address the earlier words of the commissioners. There seems to just be this disconnect. Like Chief Michael Moore, you named that the causes of this rising crime rate are the challenges of the pandemic, the need for food, for jobs, for better economic conditions. And yet there's still this proposal of a $1.857 billion budget, which is the largest budget LAPD has ever proposed, as an answer to this problem when it does not address any of the causes that Chief Michael Moore himself named. And then also to speak to Commissioner Bonner when you said that we need to, in the spirit of like Measure J, to increase the types of social services that LAPD offers. That is actually the complete opposite of what Measure J does. Measure J takes money out of law enforcement budgets and puts it into separate social services. We know that the police cannot be the ones to be offering social services when on the one hand, they can also commit really great acts of violence, just like the family member spoke to today. So we need to really look at this budget, and not just the $100 million that's in the proposed budget today, but to really look at the $1.7 billion that LAPD and the Controller's Office can't seem to account for before going ahead and approving any more money. And so I think that, to echo some of the other speakers today, we need to have a much longer public process. One, we need to just have an itemized budget of the full LAPD budget, including the $1.7 billion base budget. And we need more than 15 speakers to give public comment if we want to have a truly democratic process on how our money, our public taxpayer money, is being spent. And further, I think we just need to reckon with the fact that LAPD is not an expert on public safety, and in fact is the perpetrator of a lot of violence towards, as people have mentioned, our family members, people who are mentally ill, unhoused people, and poor people. And so really we need to defund LAPD, as has been called for with the Black Lives Matter movement. And we need to invest in our communities so that they can survive and thrive. So I asked the commissioners to requisition the documents that kind of detail LAPD's budget and to share it publicly, and then to give us time to really dive deep into those numbers and understand it together, and then to have a full hearing dedicated solely to the budget where we can have unlimited time for public comment and really weigh in on how our city is spending our money. And I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Heather C., followed by Jenny Haggerty. Heather C., you're on.
Thank you. Los Angeles just hit a record not seen in 10 years, achieving 300 plus homicides, and the year isn't over. It's obvious that you as police commissioners could care less about the people in this great city. Your policies have directly led to this increased violence in our streets. LAPD strives for police legitimacy in the community, yet this commission and the so-called advocacy groups do everything possible to delegitimize the LAPD from effectively protecting the community. At what point are you going to realize the damage that you're causing, or is this damage your intended goal? You've made it nearly impossible for officers to conduct a consent search, taking away the legal standing of pretext stops. You continue your attack on effective crime-fighting technologies like facial recognition, and you continue to pander to advocates and nonprofits who have no interest in anything but making money. If this commission truly cares about the public, then your first step should be developing a metric of success to determine if these community-based organizations are actually effective. However, these organizations have fought tooth and nail against any accountability measures, saying that their success can be quantified. Your actions have caused a skyrocketing crime wave, and you've set the city of Los Angeles back 10 years in its crime-fighting efforts. What you fail to realize is that every life is precious. When a police officer is involved in a shooting, you and the advocates go ballistic, even when that individual shot first at the police. However, I hear nothing about the individuals that were killed so far this year due to gang violence and crime on the streets. 300 plus lives taken, and not at the hands of police. Instead, you blame our police officers that are out there 24/7 risking their lives to stop the bloodshed on the streets. Every one of those victims is someone's mother, father, sister, brother, son, or daughter. You commissioners need to realize the faults of your actions. You need to realize that you are all directly responsible for the increased violence on our streets. And most importantly, you need to be held accountable for your actions. You don't save society by destroying every organization that helps protect it, or LAPD. Think about that and be thankful that we have thousands of men and women wearing the LAPD uniform every day on our streets, risking their lives to keep us safe. You need to stop enacting more reform measures that hinder effective police work, and stop agreeing to further cut the budget. LAPD officers need competitive salaries. They're not the highest paid by far in the state. As far as programs, they've spent millions, you guys have spent millions of dollars on other gang programs that clearly never worked. And there's tons of money grabbing nonprofits with their hands out, including Lou Kalanch's nonprofit. And Lou, every single time I hear you ask about juvenile programs and that more funding needs to be diverted that way, I cringe knowing that you too have your hand out. Defend the LAPD, not defund. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jenny Haggerty, followed by Akil Gopal. Jenny?
Hi, sorry about that.
Hi, no worries. What items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to go with agenda item 1, 3A, and general comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. So good morning to all of you. First, I want to say thank you to Chief Moore and thank you to all the LAPD officers who seek to protect and help our communities. Thank you for your courage and your persistence in this area. I'm looking at the crime statistics. Homicides are up 25%, shootings are up 30%. Our city hit 300 homicides for the first time in a decade. What is the commissioner's plan to reduce these homicides? What is the commissioner's plan to back the LAPD officers who are the personnel who are actively doing the groundwork to create a safe environment for our communities? The police defend our communities, and therefore I believe we need to defend them, not defund them. When considering these above statistics, I believe we cannot afford more budget cuts to the LAPD. In the recent years, sworn personnel have been reduced by near 350 positions. As is, the LAPD has had to disband numerous units. These units would be normally handling problems on the ground, one at a time. For example, the sexual assault unit, the animal cruelty unit, the homeless outreach unit, the Venice Beach Patrol unit, the Hollywood Entertainment District unit. I'm already concerned about these budget cuts. Please do not support further cuts. Our officers do make a difference in handling problems daily on the ground, one at a time. As an end note, I'm just going to wing it on this one, but I have concern about officer safety. I think that in any group, you can have problemed personnel, but in that group, you have to have a handling for that. But the vast majority of people in any group I've worked in and different jobs are trying to do a good job. And I think those people deserve protection. And I think this should apply also to our police officers. I feel discouraged if I see policies that restrict the entire police force instead of maybe doing a targeted handling on 1 or 2 people who didn't do a good job. I want the officers to be able to do their jobs, and I think they deserve to be protected with sane policies and with backup from the community. As a final note, I just want to say, defend the police, do not defund the police. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Akil Gopal, followed by Hamid Khan.
I'd like to speak to agenda items 3A and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, so let me first talk a little bit about the games that Michael Moore is playing with numbers. So he has called this new budget a bare bones approach that is a reduction from last year's 1.857 supposedly billion. But that is the number that was there supposedly before these amendments that included cutting the budget to 1.721 billion. And the LAPD has been crying about those cuts in the pages of the LA Times for months now. So which is it more? Is it that you've been lying for months and months and months about last year? Or is it that you're lying this year and that this budget is in fact a 106 million increase, which it actually does seem to be. So let me tell a tale of 2 different LA cities right now. One city, the LAPD city, gets a budget windfall of 106 million, while their officers go around 8 months into a pandemic spreading disease while closely arresting people and have to be sent a tiny little memo every once in a while to remind them to wear a mask. Meanwhile, the rest of the city doesn't get paid to stay at home, doesn't get paid to keep their businesses afloat, instead has to go out and risk their lives every day while they get furloughed, while they have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars in rent. And meanwhile, they have to get arrested. And if they happen to get killed by the LAPD, they get their agenda item heard in a closed session if they want to have some kind of control over the budget, they have to be lucky enough to be one of the 15 people that gets to have a public comment. And then what happens? The rubber stamp body called the Police Commission ignores their public comment and votes in favor of whatever the LAPD wants. This is 2 different LA cities, and it's time that we change that. So first, don't vote on the budget today. Second, open up to public comment. Third, account for the $1.7 billion in the base budget that you're lying about.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Dante.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 3A and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, well, your clock is showing 2. Okay, so echoing some of the other comments that folks have made, first of all, this whole fraud and the gross misrepresentation that we are seeing on page 1 of the budget that was presented needs to be corrected. The budget that was presented on Friday. When we sent LAPD an email yesterday as to why they are using 1.857, which was at the end not true, because that's the number that came from Garcetti's proposal that was presented to the council in April of 2020, which was then pared down to 1.721. We were told by the head of the fiscal department that, and I quote, that they were instructed by the city administrative's office to use the $1.857 billion. Then we asked them that, okay, so what number is the LAPD using for its daily operation to figure out that how much money they have that was allocated? Then the response came back and they says, well, that's actually the July 1 number of 1.721 billion. So what is it? I mean, why is this clear lying that is going on? And that's what other folks are lifting here, that the real number is 1.721. Are you listening to that, Bonner? Are you listening to that, Lou Kalanchi? Like, this is a gross misrepresentation right into our face, where they're using wrong numbers. And then the whole lament about that they're going to lose $29.5 million. No, that's not true. You're going to gain $106 million over this. So what we have right now is a complete lie. What we have over here is gross misrepresentation. And what we have is that when the rest of the city is talking about a $600 million shortfall, when the rest of the city has to suffer from austerity, and even other essential services and critical services are being cut back, you have a department that is playing a spin on numbers and showing that which is a wrong thing, absolutely, that they're showing that they're going to be losing money, where in essence they're gaining $106 million. So this bullshit has to stop. This lie has to be exposed, and the commission cannot vote on this budget at all until these things are fixed. We need to have at least a much more active and robust conversation about the budget. We need to look at where the city's priorities are, because it's really pathetic that what we are doing is that the earlier conversation about mediating in family crisis, about child nourishment, child development, neighborhood well-being, those are inherently flawed and contradictory, because it is not the job of the cops. And this is where we have come down to, where they suck up over 54% of the general funds, and then they lie on the numbers that they're using. So we need to immediately put a freeze on any increase. We need to stop the police commission, and you cannot vote on this today. And we need to have a much more participatory process, where others have said that there has to be an unlimited time for the community to engage and talk about this thing. And lastly, don't give Predpol our data from the 77 division of all that. And we have been writing about it, and you need to respond to that to us too.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dante, followed by Steven Saletros.
Hey, how's it going today? I just, wow, that last caller really made my head spin. I mean, what you're thinking about voting on here are just outright lies. I don't know how you could vote on a budget when you don't know what the budget is. When the goalposts keep getting moved and the police says, oh, we're getting money cut from our budget, but in reality, they're getting $100 million extra. So I don't understand how you could expect a community to accept this, to accept these outright lies coming from LAPD, which of course is well within their character. As we know, it's a long established history of lying and deceiving the public. And like the last caller said, I mean, we're in austerity measures, guys. We're in COVID right now. And these people want more money. They want $1.8 billion, billion with a B, $1.8 billion to do what? LAPD has long failed this city, as you can tell by the colors at the beginning of this whole thing. We were calling to express their grief and sadness over the fact that LAPD killed their relative who was mentally challenged for no reason. Just shot him because that's what they do. They shoot people, they kill, they create violence, they create crime and destruction in their communities. And it's unbelievable to me that you guys are willing to vote on an agenda or on a budget that no one really knows what the actual number is because the police can't give you a straight answer. So it's ridiculous that you would even consider voting on this week. There should be an immediate freeze on approval of any funding request from LAPD. I mean, there's $1.7 billion missing, unaccounted for. You don't even know where that money is. You have no idea where it went. You guys didn't do your jobs. You're not paying attention to any of this shit, apparently. $1.7 billion is missing. And these people want more money when all the other departments in the city are getting cut. Because guess what, guys? We're in a pandemic, and apparently that's not a big deal to LAPD because they need more money. They always need more money. There's always more money. If they get a little bit more money, they'll fix all the problems. Rubbish. It's insane. So can't vote on the budget this week because, again, we're not getting any straight answers out of the police. So I don't know how you could vote on something where you don't have a straight answer. You can't vote on this week, first of all. And secondly, we need 2 weeks. Like, we need people to be looking at this budget. We need the community to comb through it, make sure that the community, which again, the police is supposed to be serving, is getting something positive out of this and not just inflating the LAPD's budget again. The highest budget they've ever asked for during COVID. Are you people insane? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, no matter who it is. It could be LAPD, it could be anyone else in the city. That's laughable. It's insane. So yeah, I'm asking for no approval budgets until that $1.7 billion is found, because that's an insane amount of money. I don't know why that doesn't seem crazy to you guys. No vote on this budget this week. We need to include the community by giving 2 weeks to review all this and add more than 15 people for public comment, okay?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steven Saletros, followed by Effie Garcetti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to say is I applaud the rank and file that are out there doing the job, protecting and serving. And they really need the support of the command staff, the chief, and the community. In terms of what goes on at this meeting, I don't think it's fair to have family members come on and speak about police-involved shootings. I sympathize with their loss, but you're only hearing one side of the story, which is unfair to the public. In a prior meeting, I actually was listening to the Flores family and was able to look up the video as they were speaking. And the way they portrayed it was a racist murder of their loved one, which was not the case, okay? And I based it on the fact that he was of Hispanic origin, and so was the officer involved in the shooting. And if you look at the video itself, which I encourage everybody to do, then you could see for yourself what actually happened. I really think if you're going to have family members come on and speak about officer-involved shootings, it should be done closed session. I don't think it's really appropriate. You're only getting one side of the story, and that's unfair. In terms of LAPD outreach, I'm going to speak about Central Division, downtown Los Angeles. They had recently a program where it's Take Back the Streets, National Night Out. That was a sham. The day before, the information went out on some kind of a community app where it was a mobile unit that was going from one place to the other. There was no real schedule and indefinite specific locations given. If we're going to have outreach, it should be real outreach. There is a senior lead officer program. I don't see much activity in terms of Zoom meetings for the basic cars. I don't see much communication at all. That is a problem. The most communication I see or hear is here at the police commission meeting, which is inadequate. The 45 minutes is not enough. There was a gentleman that made a suggestion last week about maybe put the first 15 people up on the screen or allow them to know they're going to speak because you're wasting people's time. I've been here every week. I get maybe on once every 3 weeks. So that's inadequate. In terms of the budget, obviously the LAPD needs more resources. The cuts to really crucial units that were discussed by some of the prior speakers is not acceptable. I suggest that the police commissioners get out there and go to roll calls and ride-alongs. I'd like to see that as a reported statistic on how many roll calls and ride-alongs that actually go on. Get on a city bus, get on bus 62, and go by Central Station and take a look at the sidewalks and see the out-and-out criminality right in front of your eyes, lack of compliance with the masks, and tents that make people walk out into the street. The situation downtown is unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Effie Garcetti, followed by Raquel Wallace.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first of all, this is Stacy Dawson Stearns, and I'm gathering my breath after listening to the last caller. I'm astonished. I'm going to start my comment by saying, we see you, Sarah Cervantes and Robert Cortez. We see you, we hear you, and you deserve a right to speak. The dominant narrative of the LAPD that is promoted by Chief Moore and aided and abetted by this commission is one that is so bass-ackwards, it's hard to even believe that we're living in the year 2020. I just want to say more simply cannot imagine a world where he is not racially profiling Black and brown community members. This is clear, and more, you shouldn't speak off script because you really give it all away. You absolutely do lead with enforcement. That's a lie. You can't even get your officers to comply with wearing masks, but you literally tell us that you're reaching into the community and building relationships. We got to build some trust. Here's a way you can build trust. Stop shooting people. Okay, let's go ahead. Upcoming meeting, Decker. Which one? Which upcoming meeting are you guys going to all get together and talk about the fact that everything's completely fucked up and that you do nothing to oversee an LAPD that is so out of control and so completely running off the rails that it's taken our entire city hostage? I'm just going to go right ahead and say, you absolutely cannot vote on the budget this week. How can you disregard months of protests and efforts to make city budgeting a participatory process? We need at least 2 weeks of unlimited public comment and dialogue. You go through this pretense, sober off, of head scratching every meeting. Gosh, how are we going to talk to people who are on the ground? Well, why don't you stop suppressing public comment and listen to people instead of shutting them down? Oh, and sober off, stop blocking people on Twitter. Okay, please, when you go into a closed session to discuss the execution of Victor Valencia, will you discuss why Sergeant Colin Langsdale is still serving? Could you please stop pretextual stops? The fact that you guys can't even talk, I mean, Bonner, my God, you're sitting there talking about something that happened in 1984. Guess what? The cops still don't care about you. Why? Because you're a Black man. Stop playing these games and writing scripts for more. Stop participating in this. Stand up and do something real with your life and say, I am a police commissioner for the most fucked up police department in the entire United States of America. And I'm going to raise my voice and tell the truth because I work with a bunch of bloodthirsty idiots. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Raquel Wallace, followed by Jamie Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Perfect. All items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
We have not forgotten about the promised $150 million cuts to the LAPD budget, which was just a skimming off the top of the increase to the proposed budget. And we will make sure the cuts are properly invested in communities of color. Defund LAPD and send the money to organizations that actually help, like Homeboy Industries instead. The budget vote should be postponed until the public has ample time to comment, at least 2 weeks, given how much the public is currently dealing with at the moment. Trying to push this vote forward the week of Thanksgiving when the public is distracted is pathetic. We're still here, and we still demand the defunding of the police. So do not vote on the budget this week, and do not approve any additional budget requests from the LAPD until the $1.7 billion of their base budget can be accounted for. There is no accountability without transparency. This city has had to make widespread fiscal sacrifice this year due to COVID, and the LAPD should not be exempt. If the LAPD wants to save money, perhaps firing some of the problematic officers that have killed unjustly would help. Also, to reduce the spread of COVID-19, the LAPD's pretextual stops of Black and brown citizens should be stopped immediately and permanently, especially since an alarming percentage of officers I see on the street don't even bother to wear masks. And this is 9 months into the pandemic. It's not like they're unaware. That seems to be in direct conflict to the protect and serve motto. Also, I work at a restaurant that almost daily serves large groups of cops in uniform. They park their cruisers in the red curb zone and then they dine in instead of grabbing takeout. They don't seem that concerned about COVID. So I'm glad, Chief Moore, that you're encouraging compliance with COVID protocol, but it's quite late in the game and your boys are doing whatever they want regardless, as they always have. And that trend of dissent goes far beyond restaurants. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie Garcia, followed by Brendan Coyle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief of Police, public comment, and the budget.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I just wanted to start by, basically reiterating what everybody says is that there should be no vote, that we need a clear understanding of what LAPD's base budget is. And we need honesty that right now LAPD is getting an absolute increase in budget, 1.82 billion, one of the largest budgets LAPD has ever had, while people are being furloughed, while people are losing their businesses, while people are going hungry, while people are being evicted. So that's the reality. But one thing I want to start bringing up is what's in this budget, right? And do we have a police commission that's actually equipped to understand present day, modern day workings of policing? Because the records management system has been a multi-million-dollar project, right? And we're continuing to dump money into it, but for what, right? Palantir, how does it connect with Palantir? Palantir was a part of the failed laser program. How does it accentuate the connected officer program, right? What is that? How does it work? Do you all know how it automates data collection and then allows for real-time surveillance to occur, right? Real-time surveillance, what is that? Do you know about the real-time surveillance TVs that are, seen in the CSOCs and the ACCICs? CAMS 2.0, which uses ArcGIS to create maps like laser zones, which we ended up dismantling, right? So we're like continuing the same predictive data-driven policing processes, which again feed into the area community crime intelligence centers, right? Which also connect to the CSOCs, which they give these maps and mission sheets, which I'm sure are still being created, to specialized divisions like Metro, like Gang Enforcement Detail. We have Celebrite, right, which is unencrypting phones. Voyager Analytics, which is rapidly analyzing social media analysis of people in Los Angeles. And then we have the failed data-driven reform that you're continuing to give money to. Teams 2, which under the Christopher's Commission, Teams 1 was created. Then under consent decree, Teams 2 was made to weed out these bad, police officers. Body-worn video, another $9 million in total given to this reform, which happens, and we're hearing families talk about not be turned on when people are being killed. Digital in-car video systems, again in 2014, LAPD broke antennas off of these digital in-car video systems. So we need to be thinking about the fact that you are funding not only massive surveillance that you are not talking about and being transparent about and that the community is rejecting, but you're also funding data-driven reform that's not working. We are saying defund surveillance. We are saying invest in the communities, help. We need to stay alive. We need to survive this pandemic. So do not vote on this budget. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Brendan Coyle, followed by Insanity.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I'd like to speak on 3A and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll roll down the list real quick here. So I'd like to demand freeze on approval of any funding requests from the LAPD until they can account for the $1.7 billion of their base budget. As people have said previously, this budget is not transparent at all. And if my tax dollars are going to be going to a bunch of guys who want to be role-playing Call of Duty out in the streets, I want to know if the LAPD is using funds to buy a fucking pudding cup for the break room. All right. We need absolute transparency on that. The police commission must not vote on the budget this week. The Police Commission must give at least 2 weeks for public comment on the budget. This has to be a participatory process. There has to be an immediate end to pretextual stops, which are how the LAPD use unrelated excuses to racially profile and target Black and brown people. Also, Chief Moore, you were commenting earlier about the compassion and empathy that you feel that your department, you said it was an area that they shined in. And at the exact same time, I was looking to the right of my computer screen at my phone, which had Instagram Live on with BLM Los Angeles doing a live video, watching your officers flank 30 unarmed protesters in front of Garcetti's house with riot gear on both sides, getting closer and closer and closer until they told them to disperse. How do you think that's fucking compassion? How do you think that's empathy? They were standing outside with signs, man. They weren't breaking anything. They weren't breaking any laws. That was their First Amendment fucking right, and you had your fucking pigs on him. What the fuck is up with that? How is that empathy? How is that compassion? Jesus Christ. Luckily, you let them disperse without any fucking violence, but you're the ones who have the fucking image problem. It's your problem to fix it, not ours. And to the guy who said that the family shouldn't come forward in these meetings, the guy who spoke earlier, fuck you, dude. Go fuck yourself. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Insanity, followed by T.
Morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Morning, Chief. Well, I just want to give an example. If since we are talking about the budget here, let's just say in the mid-summer, there's a Los Angeles council member was arrested, and then why don't we defund the whole city council? Why don't we just get rid of the whole city council? And then in a school, if there's a teacher have some sort of misconduct or treat a student incorrectly, then why don't we get rid of the whole school? Instead, we just get rid of that one bad teacher. Well, I believe that the reason why is very clear is because the individual who commit a crime or misconduct, that's their own fault, not about the whole department, not about the whole organization. So one officer, 2 officers, 10 officers, they are having some issues. They have some problems. They are not able to, they are not capable of doing their job. Well, that's their fault. That's not the whole department. So 1 officer is bad, 2 officers is bad, then we defund the whole department. I have a hard time to understand that logic. That's that one. Second one is that regarding the research from the police union, which is the morale, that is something really concerns about me. For example, Florida governor several times clearly said, we will never defund the police. We will always support our law enforcement. So while I believe that is morale. And then the interim police chief in Atlanta Police Department and said, we do not tolerate lawlessness in any kind in our city. And I believe that is morale. And then for the Detroit police chief, they said, we do not retreat in city of Detroit. We just never do that. So I believe that is morale. So if officers on the street do not have morale, when they see someone who is suspicious, when they see reasonable suspicion, they're gonna just drive by, because when they trying to conduct a search, they do not have the consent. They want to ask, hey, what is going on? And then people will accusing them as a racist, and the people will accusing them of racial profiling. When we talk about the statistics, well, we can talk about the statistics that people of color get stopped by the police, a super high number. That is okay, but we cannot talk about a specific people of color committed crime as a very high rates. That is racist. We can talk about one statistics. We cannot talk about the other statistics because that is racist. Double standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Our next speaker is our last speaker today.
Okay, our next speaker is T.
Hello?
Hi, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report 3-1 and 4-1
Okay.
and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I mean, I'm sorry, 3A and 4A1 and Chief's report and public comment. First off, I want to send my regards to Victor Valencia's family and to honor, uplift him. Also Nick Burgess, Alex Flores, and Gershario Mack. What do all 4 of these have in common? They were all having a mental health crisis and were murdered by your law enforcement with zero accountability. What disregard for these families? Y'all need to absolutely fire these officers and fire Chief Moore. Y'all wonder why there's no resources in the community, because your budget is eating up all the resources. There are no mental health facilities. The jails are crowded with mental health patients because there are actually no mental health facilities. There's no mental health workers. There's no counselors because your budget is eating up all the resources our community needs for housing, healthcare, food sources, jobs, everything, education, all that we need. When we say defund the police, we mean that, one, because y'all are killing our folks, and the violence and the harassment you impose on our communities day in and day out, right? We need that money for housing, healthcare, mental health sources, education, everything these communities need, right? So in terms of the budget on 3A, please do not, you cannot vote on this budget. I demand you freeze this budget approval for any funding request from the LAPD until they can account for the base of their budget. The police commission must not vote on the 2021 budget this week. The commission must give at least 2 weeks for public comment and make the budget and make process participatory. I also demand that you all stop limiting public comment. The period is 45 minutes. Despite weekly protests, on the contrary, you're silencing the voice of Angelenos by limiting who can speak at your meetings and for how long. The $100 million increase, that's what y'all are getting. You're getting an increase. Stop saying that your budget's been cut. President Nuri Martinez of the city council actually increased, she said she was decreasing the budget by 150,000, which she actually made an increase on. Y'all are getting increases, not cuts. And Chief Moore needs to stop his false notions of propaganda. Y'all are continually running your propaganda machine against the people in the community. It's ridiculous. This guy needs to be fired. We're tired of y'all's bullshit. I'm done.
Very well. That concludes public comment. Members of the commission, we have a number of items on our regular agenda. The budget, of course, the budget proposal, of course, is first listed. However, the other items are much smaller, and I know that there are staff members waiting. So to the extent we do not have questions on B, C, D, and E, I thought we'd move forward with votes on those matters to allow those staff members to go back to their regular business. So members of the commission, if you have questions on B, C, D, or E, could you let me know right now? Otherwise, I'm going to open those matters for votes. I see no questions. All right, so I'm going to call them up in order. First B, C, D, and E for votes, and then we'll return to item A. So first up would be item 3B, the executive director's report relative to official police garage contract. The requested board action is to approve the report and transmit to council. I will move that matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No opposition. It passes 4-0. Item C, the department's report relative to the destruction of obsolete and duplicate records. The requested action is to approve the report and transmit to the city clerk records management officer. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
It is moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes 4-0. Item D is the department's report relating to the supplemental police account third quarterly report pursuant to the city administrative code. The recommended action is to approve the report, transmit to city council and to the office of the city controller. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 4-0. And finally, item E on the regular agenda is relative to the transmittal of the supplemental funding for Internet Crimes Against Children grant program. The requested board action is to approve the report and transmit concurrently to the mayor and city council. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 4-0. Thank you, commissioners, for your assistance with that. And now we'll return to regular agenda item 3A, which is the proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. And for context, while the secretary of the board brings up, I believe it'll be Mr. Brennan and perhaps others from the department, but as those individuals are brought up, I thought I'd, for context, indicate what this is and hopefully what this is not. We've been presented with the department's proposed budget, which, as many of you know, the city budget process begins when the mayor sends a letter to all heads of the department, including the chief of police. It's called a budget letter that is sent to all the heads of departments, where the heads of the departments are requested by the mayor to submit their budget in accordance with specific directions that are given. This year, the budget letter issued by the mayor says that departments must submit a budget proposal that incorporates a net 3% reduction across all funding sources, and then goes on with defining what can be included and what cannot be included in that. And I'm sure we'll hear greater specificity from Mr. Brennan and his team. After the mayor issues the letter, the departments put together a budget, which is what we have in front of us. It then goes to the mayor's office, whose team works with the city administrative officer, as well as working with all of the departments in the city in terms of putting together a mayor's budget proposal that is presented to the city council. At the city council, detailed hearings take place on the city budget. They also have access to what the city resources revenues will be for that year. And each department presents. They work with the CLA, CAO's office in developing a city budget. There's also detailed public comment periods during that time as the city council calls up each and every department and goes through in detail. The city council then passes a city budget. In light of all of this, I thought it very important to indicate and set the record as to our role in this, which is we are asked to comply with the mayor's budget letter request in initiating the annual city budget process by the department presenting to the mayor their proposed budget. Mr. Brennan, I'm going to open it to you and your team, and I see Ms. Sauer is there as well. If you feel I did not explain in a very broad sense the city budget process, you both have been involved in it for many years, if not decades. I encourage you to correct me. I just wanted to give context for what we were doing today and what we are not doing. We are not passing a budget for the department. That is the job, as it is in every level of government, of the legislative branch. They will ultimately pass a budget in accordance with their discretion as elected officials of this city. So with that, Mr. Brennan, I'll turn the microphone over to you, but if I have any of that incorrect, please let me know.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now you have everything correct. And I would like to say good morning, Commissioners, and those who are listening. We're presenting to you the department's proposed fiscal year 2021-22 budget. I am Tom Brennan. I am the commanding officer of Fiscal Group and the department's chief financial officer. I am joined by my boss, Anne Marie Sauer, who is the commanding officer of Administrative Services Bureau, and Patricia Paterno, who is the officer in charge of the budget section. All of us were supported by our budget team, which is a small group that's tasked with an enormous mission. I would like to thank Chief Moore, Chief Kamala, Chief Choi, Chief McMahon, along with all of the other subject matter experts in the department who helped us prepare this budget. This has been a very difficult year on a number of fronts with the ongoing pandemic and its impact on individuals, families, and the economy. From our city to around the globe, there's a serious and necessary discussion going on about race and equality, economic impacts on people of color and in disadvantaged communities, the ongoing challenges of homelessness, mental illness, and drug addiction, and the role that law enforcement and the judicial system should or should not have in addressing those issues. The budget that we are presenting today is a bare bones approach that acknowledges the department will have to adjust to its evolving role. The budget is based on the official budget that became effective on June 1st, 2020, and included a budgeted amount of $1.85 billion. The City Council subsequently reduced the department's budget by $151 million overall to $1.72 billion, which is something the council does on a regular basis to meet the fiscal challenges of the budget year. There's one technical correction that I would like to make on the 15-2. The fiscal year 2021-22 budget number should be $1,827,690,657, which is $74,999 less than what is on the 15-2. Compared to the city budget, the overall proposed budget in general funds, special funds, and reimbursable funds is reduced by $29.6 million. That reduction is offset by $15.7 million requests for MICLA funding for vehicles and a replacement helicopter and alteration and improvements for a final budget reduction of $13.8 million. The budget requests focus on areas that are obligatory, including obligatory salary adjustments and sworn overtime, which is $31.7 million and 51% of the budget request. Technology, including records management system, lifecycle replacement of computers, mobile radio site maintenance, and continuation of digital in-car video and body-worn video programs, which is $18.3 million and 30% of the request. The remainder of the budget concentrates on sworn hiring, including focused recruitment, community safety partnership program being incorporated into the general budget, the multimodal community survey, health and safety initiatives, including facilities maintenance and critical improvements to deal with COVID-19 and other communicable diseases, sustainability, including electric vehicle obligations, emotional intelligence training and days of dialogues for our training division, life cycle replacement of vehicles and motorcycles, and life cycle replacement of one helicopter. For fiscal year 21-22, the department proposes to hire to attrition. In fiscal year 2021, the department's sworn deployment was reduced from 10,004 to 9,752. And that would be the department's number for hiring for next year. For the Community Safety Partnership, we are requesting funding for the Harvard Park and South Park entities that are transitioning from grant funding through the Balmer Foundation to being part of the department's regular budget. We are requesting $48.9 million in sworn overtime. On July 1st, the City Council reduced the sworn cash overtime in fiscal year 2021 by more than $90 million. And the department is only currently providing cash for FLSA required overtime. While the department has reduced overtime by 52%, the officers have banked $16 million worth of overtime to date. 1/3 of the reduction can be attributed to the courts being closed, and we can expect to see an increase in banked overtime with reopening of court and any additional resumption of activities as the pandemic subsides. Civilian employment has also been impacted by the separation incentive program, and those positions will be deleted from the department's authorized deployment in fiscal year 21-22. That will reduce the civilian positions from 3,004 at the start of fiscal year 2021 to 2,867 at the end of the fiscal year, and that is our proposed staffing level for all of fiscal year 21-22. We are requesting the funding for the multimodal community survey to measure public sentiment as the department re-envisions itself and the role of policing in society. We are requesting funding to maintain contractual obligations for tasers, body-worn video, and digital in-car video. As we modernize technology, the department continues to prioritize it, and with the reduction of sworn and civilian personnel, it is critical the department make the most of new technologies to provide service to the communities, as well as meet those contractual obligations. On training, we are requesting funding for emotional intelligent leadership, emotional intelligence for the recruits, days of dialogues, and resiliency surveys, which help to assess recruits for development in the academy and provides the department the ability to assist them with preparation for working in the community. I switch over. We are continuing to maximize our workforce potential. There's requests for $750,000 for focused recruitment to increase our diversity and to make sure that the 495 individuals that we hire next year are representative of the communities that we serve. We continue to look at ways to be innovative with the personnel that we have remaining, looking at what changes can be made to the way the department is structured. There's an ongoing re-envisioning of the department that continues to focus on service improvements and returning the department to the core functions that it has. We have in the past looked at our re-envisioning of the department and our re-envisioning the department and our redeployment of sworn officers by using civilianization. With the current fiscal situation the city finds itself in and the reduction of approximately 269 positions through the separation incentive program, civilianization becomes less of an option, as we will find our civilian employees struggling to keep up with the workload that they have. The separation incentive program has hit certain entities within the department fairly hard. We've had sections where all of the supervisors will be leaving. We are certainly experiencing a reduction in the number of our technology folks, which is addressed in the contractual services part by looking at trying to hire contractual or individuals on contract to perform when the city or the department needs them as opposed to full-time employees. We're also looking or requesting funding to deal with some health and safety improvements. We are trying to address the reconstitution of the city, which includes providing more and more services online. It includes redesigning our lobbies to promote physical distancing, and as well as internal in our facilities to protect our own employees by providing hand sanitizing, cleaning, barriers, anything that we can do to protect our employees while they are continuing to come to work. On our MICLA budget, we are again requesting a helicopter, and our vehicle budget has been cut the last 2 years by $5 million each year. And we are coming to a critical area, which is impacted not only by the aging vehicles, but again, with the separation incentive program, we have multiple equipment mechanics and automotive supervisors who keep our vehicles on the street, keep them running longer than we would expect them to. And with that decreased workforce, it's going to become harder and harder to keep our vehicles on the road. That is my very basic summary, and we are here to respond to questions and answer any concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Much appreciated. Chief, you were going to make a statement about the budget earlier when I cut you off. Perhaps you'd reconsider and provide it now, sir.
Yes, thank you. There has been a lot of numbers that have been moved around today, both in public comments as well as by Mr. Brennan. I want to thank Mr. Brennan and his entire team. This budget this year, the assembly of it was involved a great deal of work, and also contemplation in the sense of how could we as a department meet the needs of public safety in Los Angeles with the budget that was imposed for this fiscal year that we're still working through, as well as the requirements that we do a further reduction. This is not meant to be smoke and mirrors. Let me be clear. We began this fiscal year that we're in today with 10,000 officers, and we'll end it with 9,750, a reduction of 250 officers. That's 250 fewer officers. That's an additional 100 officers that we lost last fiscal year. So this budget represents a bare bones approach in that we have fallen from 10,100 officers to a budget proposal before you that will drop that will maintain us at 9,751 for next fiscal year. On our civilian staffing, similarly, we're at just over 3,000 and about 15 civilian personnel that we entered this year with, this fiscal year. And we're going to end it at 2,871, a reduction of 130 personnel plus furloughs that are being imposed this year. What is before you is an absolute flat line, no increase in any staffing because of the need to meet this moment, and also the need to provide for basic public safety. Public safety is a primary responsibility of city government. This budget, I believe, represents a responsiveness to the direction as given, and also a means of achieving that direction while still meeting the needs of public safety here in Los Angeles. Technology, these are not enhancements. These are not, we're not going for a growth here of some snazzy or fancy set of systems. We are dealing with legacy systems that are out of date, end of life, and we must continue to invest in those in order to accomplish our basic functions of gathering information, of being data informed, so we can prioritize and respond to not just calls for service, but public safety needs that exist throughout our organization. Now, inflation factors on this are labor agreements. This last year, the fiscal year that we're in today, while the department has met and will meet the need for $151 million reduction, there was a $106 million increase in salary and labor agreements per established labor agreements for sworn and civilian. That point of this is that while you saw $150 million move from our proposed budget, the proposed June 1st budget, what was enacted by the city council, it faced the headwind of having to pay additional monies for salaries. And that is why you see an overall reduction in the personnel count of the organization. And today, what we have before you, and what I seek your support on, is a budget that meets those salary and labor obligations moving forward that was agreed to between labor and the executive branch, the CAO, the mayor, and concurrence of the city council. And I'm aware of efforts today to reopen those agreements. But what I have is an operational responsibility to staff an organization at its size that can meet the basic public safety needs. And I believe that the budget that you have before you will accomplish that with challenges, absolutely with challenges. But I do believe that this is a measured and a fiscally conservative and represents the type of of austerity that we need to exercise during this time of such a tremendous need, such tremendous demands on the city's coffers. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chief, and very much appreciate the context that you're giving. I think you may have answered a number of commissioners' questions. First, to Mr. Brennan, I want to be sure, sir, that I captured a number that you spoke of, that there was a change in the number, and I believe you were referring to on page 1 of the Chief's report to us of the 1,827,000, and I think you said 690,657. Did I get that right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to admit, very good. And that would be for fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan, or perhaps Ms. Sauer, there were a lot of comments this morning, and I believe, Mr. Brennan, you were communicating with one organization about the base budget and getting, the group seems to be looking for more information about the base budget or a better understanding. And I'll just say that when I worked in the city, it took me years to really understand the base budget and how the city as a whole builds its budget on prior year's budget. But could you offer, you likely heard the public comments, can you offer any response or advice to that organization that's looking to get better information and a better understanding of the base budget of the department so they can do their own analysis as it goes through the city council process?
Yes, ma'am. We are actually discussing this morning. As you said, it takes years and years and years to really get a handle on how the city does its budget processing. What we're looking at is every year, once the budget is adopted, then the budget is put into a variety of accounts within the overall accounts. There's contractual services, salaries, equipment, field equipment. And what we're going to be looking at is how we can put that information together and provide that so that the budget is actually broken down into the various accounts from which it is spent. And from that, that is laid out what we are spending our budget on.
And am I right, Mr. Brennan? There's the adopted budget that the city council ultimately passes that can change during the course of the year as the city's revenues change as well. But then there's also the mayor's proposed budget each year. And the mayor builds on his proposed budget when he presents it to the city council, but the city council, of course, builds upon the city, I guess, adopted budget. Is that an accurate way to look at these different, I suppose, budget proposals or how the budget process works?
Yes, ma'am. Once this budget is submitted to the mayor's office, the city administrative officer will spend several months looking at it, breaking it down, asking us questions, having us respond. The mayor will then present his budget, which is based off the budget that we have submitted to city council on April 20th. And from there, the city council then reviews the budget. Basically, the chief legislative analyst at that point in time will also review, ask questions, and provide feedback to city council members. And then the city council is required to adopt the budget by June 1st. This is a very unique year. In the 32 years that I've worked for the city, I've never experienced where the city did not, or the city council did not adopt a budget by June 1st. This year, because they had not had the opportunity to do so and we're continuing to review it, the mayor's proposed budget, the 1.85, became the city's official budget on June 1st. As they do every other year, the city council continued to review the budget, and on July 1st, they made adjustments to the police department's budget of $151 million in both direct and indirect costs to the department's budget. They will continue to review it. There's a financial status report that goes every single month from the city administrative officer to the city council that is reviewed, that makes changes to the budget, that looks at what shortfalls there are and what surpluses there are in various accounts and various departments. As I said, for the last 2 years, during the course of the fiscal year, we lost $5 million in funding for our vehicles. That was taken from the vehicle account and used to supplement other accounts in which we had shortfalls.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I appreciate that. And I think it highlights some of the challenges members of the community or even just people working in the city can have in trying to understand the budget process and in getting a handle on the actual numbers that everyone's talking about. But thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, and then commissioners, I'm going to open it up to you, my colleagues. But Chief, my question is for you. I believe you answered it a bit, but I wonder if you can elaborate a little more, because I think obviously there are many people in Los Angeles who are going to be very concerned in hearing about the budget alongside the uptick in violent crime. That is deeply troubling for everyone. You did give us some information saying, given the situation, you know, in that's a fiscal conservative budget, but it is one that you believe can meet the public safety needs of Angelenos. And I wonder if you can just go into a little more detail on that, particularly in light of our earlier conversation about violent crime.
Absolutely. So this organization is reimagining itself and reorganizing to focus on deployment at the 21 areas of our area stations to meet the needs of officers working in black and white vehicles to patrol and respond to emergency and urgent and routine calls for service. To have investigators are ready and available to speak and investigate crimes of violence and other major crimes. Those are, and then lastly, 2 other issues. To have officers' time in the field and community engagement activities that allow us to continue to build trust and relationships, and that we're not just simply a fire department running from call to call to call, but that we have sufficient staffing out there that officers have time to engage and have conversations, and when they're at calls and when they're at investigations, to spend the appropriate amount of time to understand the facts and circumstances, not just for a criminal prosecution, but to be a problem solver and to look and see what other resources could be available, what other services might be needed to deal with problems that while we're being called there, in reality, we need an alternate service discipline organization to respond. But in the absence of it, it's us. This budget meets those needs, as well as our continued investment in community sentiment. It's critical. You'll have a survey coming to you by LMU at the end of, or the second week of December. That is an annual survey of customer sentiment, of our community sentiment. And I think it's a very critical one, but it's also just one measure, and this budget contains monies that will allow that to become an annual matter. So we can benchmark specific neighborhoods over time to see what are the changes in sentiment and how are our strategies and our efforts and our engagement improving or not having the desired impact. This budget also supports ongoing training of our recruits and in-service, as well as the supervision and accountability systems for the consent decree, which we're no longer under, but the TEAMS system requires an annual stipend of monies to support that technology. In the absence of that, we don't have an early warning system. In the absence of that, we don't have a record management system. In the absence of this, we don't have a radio communication system. So these technology investments are core functions of our work. They're not one-offs, they're not niceties. These are essential to our work going forward. And they represent this budget substantial decreases and elimination of matters that we have petitioned for in years past. Lastly, I believe that these strategies require, as we move into a period of continued uncertainty, of these core staffing levels at a minimum. I do not believe that further cuts and a further reduction in workforce is in this department or the city's best interest for public safety. I believe instead, with these austerity measures, with these cutbacks, with efficiencies that we need to identify, that these staffing levels will allow us to respond appropriately to the challenges of today, but also contingent on this and extremely critical is as a city and as a county and as a government, we've got to develop alternate services for the tens of thousands of calls that we continue to respond to, that continue to draw precious time and resources away from our core function. There has been monies that have been set aside. Resources have been taken from the department, which I will not argue with. Those are matters behind us. Moving forward, though, this budget also anticipates that an alternate service delivery model that will allow outreach and engagement with persons experiencing homelessness, persons experiencing mental illness, low-level matters of disputes and conflict in a neighborhood that don't require a police officer, but because of the absence of any other resource, we respond. This budget anticipates that our elected leaders, our city council, is going to build that capability. And I look forward to that happening.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your response. Commissioners, please just open your mic if you have a question, and I'll, Mr. Soboroff, sir.
Just one. Eventually, a budget will be approved by the City Council for the Los Angeles Police Department. That is a budget for a specific moment, which anticipates certain things during the year, but circumstances change during the year. Chief, what kind of flexibility do you have in the budget to move line items without going back to the City Council? For example, one example, I can give 10,000 examples. You determine, I'd rather have another 200,000 masks than 2 more cars. Let's say let's say that becomes an apparent thing to do. What kind of flexibility do you have inside this budget to move things around to meet the day-to-day changing needs of a large department like this?
Well, I'm amazed continually by my fiscal operations staff, their ability to work through these sub-accounts and identify opportunities. We'll have, if we, for instance, achieve a savings in a fuel savings account, we move our vehicles on gasoline and diesel. But if you're experiencing a savings there, their efforts to optimize these sub-accounts, these budget accounts. We'll see today, just before me, is a travel that has not occurred because of on training events because of COVID. How have we been able to capitalize on that and take those minor amounts of monies and reapply them to areas that we've seen increases, for instance, in PPEs, the need for masks and shields. So that's a constant balancing act. But I'll also say that our ability to do that is largely restricted because the CAO and under the approval of the council monitors these accounts very closely. And areas in which we achieve efficiencies, which we should and we pursue, they also look to cover gaps that are in other parts of other departments and other set of circumstances. And this year, that is on steroids, meaning we normally would have a quarterly look at our budget and a financial status report that the CAO would prepare, provided City Council that they could make these, what Commissioner Decker indicated, customary changes over the course of the year as things unfolded, adjustments and tweaks, so as the city can provide for the services across its entire group. This year, we're doing that every month. And the reason for that is being, why that's so critical is that the revenue shortfall that this city has seen. Those revenue shortfalls are substantial. Many people are estimating in excess of $600 million. And so the city is looking at each of its departments for austerity with the adopted budget that we have today, and also cautions about further cuts that may be needed because of the shortfall in our reserves and in the revenue forces. I'm hopeful that the city's leadership, working with our state and federal legislative officials, can identify a CARES Act, too, if you will, a HEROES Act, that can provide funding for city governments to make up this revenue deficit that we have. If we do not, I have, as a general manager, I have significant concerns about even further devastating blows to our budget and to the city operation. But at the end of the day, what I have before you is managing with what the direction we've been given, and also to balance competing needs to try to protect public safety the best way that we know how. And I believe that this budget strikes that balance.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, sorry.
Sure. Thank you. I wanted to go back to either the chief or more likely just, I think the budget staff can answer some of the questions, but the first couple questions are more procedural in light of the process that Commissioner Decker had described. And I've had my own frustrations, not just at this board, but also in other government agencies where in some cases, these decisions are really made on an entirely separate track. That's a combination of the people who we heard from this morning, the budget officials who have their counterparts in here, which is probably the CLA and the finance department and others, and who work on these issues around year round. And they then report to their principals, elected officials, and so on who work this out. But the point is that that it's not, that it has an illusory element to it, I think, is just being candid about it, meaning that if we wanted to do something dramatically different, we couldn't, is my understanding. And I don't know that we have much flexibility even to go to line by line and suggest that something be increased or decreased, largely because of some of the process that was just described, that these numbers are the function of what revenue estimates and they move based upon these negotiations with the staff, not only in this department, but in others. So part of what I'm trying to do is get some clarity on what is the real relevance of our action today and what we're doing and where this goes. And in part because I am balancing, I've said a number of times that the fundamental issue in my mind that transcends everything we've been talking about, the spikes in violence, the racial reckoning, all of it, is the issue of the relationship between the department and the communities and the legitimacy of the process. And in today's standards, in my view, there's an entirely different expectation as to what that means, not just from the people that we hear about actively who have been active participants in the process, but just the simple notion that, or expectation that people have carrying their phones around as to what information they have available at their fingertips, their ability to register a view instantaneously. I'm not suggesting all that is achievable here, but I'm just suggesting that the public expectations have changed. And that's the reason I know I've troubled people when I've referenced Measure J. I'm not suggesting to tap into those resources. What I'm suggesting is, number one, that's, as I understand it, the latest and most profound comment we've heard from the public at the voting booth as to a level of priority that they want to put on investing more in communities. And number two, what I'm specifically referring to in the motion is that they've recognized the point that I just made, that the current process that they follow, or the historical process they follow for allocating resources, is not suitable for the challenge that they're faced with today. And as a result, what they're doing is undertaking the process of building the infrastructure. That's the term they're using, and one that I think is appropriate. It's the human infrastructure, the procedural infrastructure, the platform on which these kinds of decisions can be made in order to achieve that level of collaboration and buy-in that you need from the communities and the public to have good assurance that you're actually moving forward in a way that that is consistent with the public and community demands. So that's what that's a long kind of just framing, but I'm saying it because that's where I'm coming from, is wrestling. Clearly, that's not the process that's been followed historically here, and so I'm not attacking the historical process. I'm observing that historically there's been a different process. I'm clearly not thinking that it's practical or achievable to take a process that even I just acknowledge is just been envisioned and is under construction, and to suggest we ought to apply that here. But somewhere in between those two, the business as usual approach and a new approach that's not yet taken, what I'm trying to understand is potentially what's in the middle of that. So my first question to the staff there really is, what is the effect, practical or otherwise, of any decision this commission may make today?
Well, let me answer that. It's profound. This is a board of police commissioners. Your oversight responsibilities and governance of this organization. You have an absolute responsibility to ensure that this budget is representative of our strategic plan, that it's sound, that it meets that we can identify as a general manager, that I can identify how it meets our goals and strategies that we talk about in frequent meetings, and as we deal with issues of challenging about matters of public trust or our performance in the field or in particular situations, how does this budget meet those needs? A budget is made up of people. It's made up of equipment, technologies, facilities. Something as simple as COVID, as challenging as COVID. What is the sanitation and hygiene facilities? Have we set aside funding to ensure that those facilities are safe for our people and for those that frequent there? This budget contains information in there. It contains foot sanitizers and other things that are needed. So I think that everything that's in this budget, I demand that it map back to our strategic plan. And I think this staff, I'm very proud of the work. And frankly, I think also that this is a budget that the department's really embarked on the last decade, that we don't put aspirational budgets up. We don't put up ideas that we should grow 5,000 people or we should aspire for A, B, or C. We recognize the times that we're in, and we ask for what we need. And this is a year that we're asking for what we need. And I believe that each of the items is there. I look forward to in April, when the mayor releases what's anticipated, the mayor will release his blue book of his proposed budget. I'm hopeful between now and then, I suspect we'll have a number of conversations with the mayor's staff as well as the CAO as articulating why the vehicles requests are in there, why this item's in there, why CSP is in there, and how that maps back again to our obligations and our commitments to the public. Lastly, the mayor's blue book will then come out and it'll go before the council, and the council will go through the same series of questions and challenges, and people will want to tweak and add, and that's all part of the legislative aspect of their governance of the city. And then there'll be an approved budget, I would anticipate in June for July 1st invoking. But everything here for this commission, there is a responsibility, I believe, and just to talk to my bosses for a moment, that this is a point of 5 commissioners for today, looking at this budget, and is it reflective of the needs for public safety? Does it meet this moment?
So, I believe me, I understand and agree with, with much of what you're saying, particularly, and even the point you made earlier about the operational responsibility. And it's because of what you're saying is why I'm asking this question of, I'm going to say it again, because I think I'm going to have to keep saying it, that it is my belief that the weak link in almost everything that we're trying to do right now is the need to shore up the trust that people have in the department. And I've you refer to the 3 elements of trust: the competency, the integrity, but benevolence, the idea that everything is being done with the community's and the public's interest in mind. And what I'm saying is that particularly as cultural attitudes have shifted, societal expectations have shifted, people's confidence in government has shifted, and every institution is being questioned, including policing and including this board, that by today's standards, one way you address and you manage that is by having a higher degree of inclusivity and co-ownership of the outcomes that we're setting about to produce. So so that's one foundational point that I'm making. I also observe that I recognize that's not the historical approach to city budgets and to the department budget and so on. And that's why I'm asking about I'm not yet to the point of questioning line item 1, 2, or 3, but I'm just making this fundamental point of how do we achieve any greater level of inclusivity and co-ownership than might have been achieved in the past. So specifically comment on, for example, just as we sit here now, has the rank and file, had an opportunity to comment as to where we are today. The people that we've not just heard on from the calls today, we have other written comments and others, what has the public participation been?
So let me say a couple points on that. I think there is co-ownership of this. I mean, we live in a democracy, and that's the essence of the citizen board here, and as well as a city council and a mayor. Those are representatives of the community. They're duly elected and they're representative, and they need to take ownership of this and responsibility of determining, is this an appropriate budget, and are these the right strategies in city government? I think that first, and let me take a step back, shoring up public trust. Our work is every day is building trust in our communities. shoring it up now is a constant. We do everything we strive to do is to build trust in our communities through the actions, and we recognize in this moment how that's been impacted and damaged, and our function here in this budget is to demonstrate a commitment to that. I think that's evidenced as we show our commitment, an earlier promise that we had on the community safety partnerships with the Bomber Foundation and the Police Foundation, which supported those two those two initiatives in Harvard Park and in South Park. And we said, as a public-private partnership, as a city, that they would initially be funded and supported by philanthropic monies, but then the city would take those responsibilities on and not just continue to rely upon on the private funding. So this budget today is part of living out that commitment. And it goes to the underlying public trust with philanthropic organizations, that are we following through with our earlier commitments, or are we at this moment not meeting that, which then I think undermines trust going forward. So as I look across this budget, I see the commitment to reference the community survey, reference the training for our recruit officers. As those individual items occur, I think that those all speak to the issue of our commitment of shoring up building trust. And lastly, rank and file have spoken clearly with the LAPPL regarding their dissatisfaction with the budget, the dissatisfaction with what's happening with overtime, the elimination of overtime as far as the fiscal support of it, the downsizing the organization that was imposed for this fiscal year. And as far as moving forward, I have spoken with Craig Lally, the president of LAPPL. I am in regular communication with our Command Officer Association, a number of our civilian organizations as well, speaking about what I, as a general manager, believe is the appropriate place in the budget for this year going forward, for this next fiscal year, which is austerity, a flat bottom based bare bones approach to what we have now.
So thank you. So I'll just, in the interest of time, let me try to then ask these next couple of questions that are somewhat relevant to what's before us now, but also again somewhat reflective to where we may go in the future. And one point, this is on the issue of the transparency and understandability and so on and so forth, because it is very difficult, probably even for the people who, the specialists who just made their early presentation. It's certainly challenging for me, even though I've participated in a number of government budgets over the years and so on, but to try to get through and understand some simple points. And I reflect on, like how the US government, for example, they have a very Byzantine, very complicated process. But one thing the IRS does, I think, that is fairly effective when is they present at the beginning pages of your tax return materials a fairly elaborate but nice set of pie charts and graphs that really say, here's where your tax dollars are going. Here's what the federal government looks like. Here's how much is going to entitlement programs. Here is the discretionary spending. And then it helps people, doesn't make people any more happy to be paying taxes, but at least, again, it's I think a meaningful effort to really take something as big and complicated as the federal budget and try to get people some comfort. So my question, and to bring it back here, for example, then we talk about the fact, or some talk about the fact, I think it's accurate that around 97% of the budget goes to labor cost, and that's fine enough, and since that's not unique to a police department or any organization. Your labor costs are usually the most expensive part of an operation. But it's the question of this issue, this idea of can I'd like to continue efforts now, not necessarily holding this up, but even as we get through the next several months, this conversation we just said we're going to have about the gun violence and so on. I do think, because it's also a policy document, and so the more we can do as well to help people understand, what is in the budget and what it goes to, what's in that 3%. Of course, there's a whole issue of what's in salaries and so on, but there's also that question of what is the size of that 3% and what's the focus on there. Right. I would like to know, for example, when you think about one question I've spent some time trying to study is on training. understanding how, since a lot of training seems to come up as an answer to a lot of the issues that we discuss, we'll train on it, we'll do more training. So I'd like to understand, what is the cost, what does it cost, not just the items of what do we spend on in-service training and training at the academy, but what is the cost of saying that we're actually going to do it, whether it's additional implicit bias training or if it's the training around mental health. There ought to be a very clear way to help people understand the costs associated with some of the things that we're talking about as part of the potential solution, so that we can frame up those trade-offs. We have the conversation about technology. Well, there's one case that says if you have fewer officers at some point in time, you may have to rely more on some forms of technology that currently doesn't enjoy a high level degree of public support. But there's a trade-off there that people can understand. So I'm just trying to at a minimum, see what we can do, now to facilitate conversation over the next several weeks and maybe months. But certainly, as this comes together for next year, can we do something better than what historically has been done to make the entire, investment, if you will, more transparent, but also to put people in better positions to make those trade-off decisions that are going to be made or need to be made.
Absolutely committed to, there's a 12-page executive summary that was a part of this package. I don't know how many, I presume, I'll take the presumption that each of the commissioners read and reviewed. I think it is reflective of the strategic plan. It examples as to how we're investing in each of the areas of that plan and what the associated obligations are. There are also other budget documents, to your pie chart analogy. This is just one document. The city's budget document that the mayor's office will produce in the Blue Book does do the pie charts, does provide for personnel costs, training costs, all the various system costs of how an organization or any organization, but also this organization, this complexity, how it actually, where the monies are actually funded and what are the initiatives. So we can, I will make sure that we have your, this year's example of that, fiscal year 2021, delivered to you for that. But at the end of the day, it began this way with Commissioner Decker and her remarks, and you've echoed it, and I don't disagree. At times, it is difficult to understand what are the direct and indirect costs when you start throwing numbers around. What are the, from one year to the next? This is a process that I tried to start my conversation today with, which is it's a bare bone brass tacks. We're the same staffing. We're going to end this year, this fiscal year. We're moving into next fiscal year. I believe holding that line is needed for the public safety of the city. I think it addresses the austerity that we need to engage in. And there are other influences that are well beyond my control on the cost factors or cost centers of this budget, as there are beyond, or as they may be beyond the control of the commission. But I believe that with what is within our control, that we are doing everything we can to ensure the monies that we are entrusted with. The largest part of city government is public safety, that we do so in a responsible way and in an austere way.
So, all right, so just a couple last things then. One, I'm also, signaling that I can only vote for this today moving forward, if with some assurance that we can. What I'm suggesting is to test out some of what you have described in terms of if we're going to have a number of what I perceive to be very important conversations over the next several weeks and months and so on and so forth. I would like to see how we can effectively attach some numbers and some to make it more transparent in terms of what the level of investment is, what things cost, and some of those things. I'm not in my mind envisioning exactly how that's done, but I'm looking for a commitment to undertake that effort to attach it to the process that's going to be before us. Are you able to I mean, again, I'm not prescribing how that needs to be done. What I'm just saying is if there's some reason why that can't be done, now's the time to say it. But if there's some reason that, otherwise, that's what I would hope to do, is to have some staff reports and things that come forward that at least put that picture together for us as well. So
happy to do it.
Okay.
Absolute commitment.
Then the other question that I have, which also is a key question in all of this, goes to what you can tell us about the basis on which you are addressing the staffing levels. And what I'm referring to is, you know, I know there's several different approaches that different departments and cities, you know, take on this issue, but fundamentally, the concern, the question is that over the years, there's always been this kind of correlation between staffing and crime. When crime's up, that's why you add more police officers. When crime's down, okay, then people think, you know, you've got too much. And so I'm understanding, even going forward, it's still, as we address this conversation about, because you know, some scenarios you may need to not only refill those positions of loss, but you may need more people. This was why I was asking before about the proportion of officers to citizens, the questions about what it really takes to hit the community's demand on their sweet spot on over and under policing, all those things. I can't predetermine today, really, whether you're over 3 or 5 years from now, whether you're going to need more people or fewer people. But how do you run that calculation other than this you know, general notion that there's a correlation between bodies and, you know, police officers and crime levels?
Yeah, so in the department, our workload, monitoring our workload it has a couple different models or a couple different mechanisms to do that. Patrol workload, in other words, the number of officers that work in the geographic areas is part of it is a product of what we call patrol plan, which is an algorithm that is basically a workload analysis that tracks the number of calls, types of calls, and it works on the actual performance of what's happened in the past, so as to to predict future workload, say in the south part of the city versus the west side versus the northwest part of the San Valley. And it actually has a queuing function that can identify predictability. It's about accurate about 85% of the time of what the workload on a time of day of week is, so that officers have two measures. One, about 40% of their time should be discretionary, meaning 24 minutes an hour should have the ability for an officer to initiate some type of activity. Might be a community engagement, might be a vehicle stop, it might just be attending to a community event. And that number came from studies over the last 30 plus years that says when officers have time to initiate activities, and they're not simply a response unit to call, you get better problem solving, you get better community engagement, you get better trust, because the community sees that unit there as being part of that community and not just somebody running on a fire call. The second major measure, so that's called the 40% of what's called a 740 plan. The other measure is a 7-minute response time on average to an emergency call for service. Now we look at those two measures, and then we deploy from a finite number of patrol officers to proportionality so that officers can meet those service levels across the city. And we use CompStat as a means of monitoring whether those performance measures are met. And when they're not, problem solving is to understand why is that? What's the underlying, how are we executing our strategies or plans so that because we should be meeting that moment, meeting those needs. Additionally, we look at urgent calls for service time and routine calls for service. Because while they're not an emergency, people believe that an urgent time, what's the time frame? And we have benchmarks, and this budget document will have goals for the various benchmarks. We also look on our investigative side. What is our workload? For instance, I've been asked, and we're looking today, this impact of violent crime, how's that impacting our ability to clear or solve violent crime, particularly homicides and shooting victims? And we look at that as a question of workload, is understanding how many resources do we have assigned to that? What's the average caseload? What are the investigative efforts being done? And should we augment or shift staffing? And this year we're in the midst of shifting staffing, as you know, to the geographic areas in an effort to support both functions I've just described. So we are in need of more study in regards to the detective investigative workload, an area that we've not looked at in more than 30 years, and yet the field has changed dramatically. What we do look at there is we look at backlog, how many investigations, significant investigations that 30 years ago didn't exist, like suspected child abuse, and what's the time frame for those? What level of service are we providing to the people who are victims of crime and to investigations that we conduct? So these are performance metrics that are built into our CompStat process, a process that, as we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, we're changing some of the measures, and we're going to be adding measures, including community sentiment and also stop data as a means of changing the scorecard, so that we make sure that as we're chasing numbers, if you will, as we're measured by numbers, that we're focusing on the right areas for public safety and public trust.
I appreciate the tutorial, if you will. Is that reflected in the 482 pages that I admit I got to about 128 pages, 128, but is that discussed and described in the package that we have before us?
Yes, it is. Tom, can you give details on that?
Good. There is in the budget discussion about maintaining the response times, as well as the impact of the community survey on the department's re-envisioning of itself, and the department's goals to be participative in the reimagining of the role of policing in society as we look at what the changes will be as both the community and our legislative and executive bodies weigh in, how that interacts with the county and their involvement in addressing mental health, homelessness, drug addiction, all of those items that the police department has always been the primary responder to. But in this reimagining of what policing is, how we are still at this point the primary responder when somebody calls for help, but looking at how we are going to be a participant in transferring those responsibilities into other agencies that are willing and able to take them on.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm just my final point here. I think that from what you just mentioned, and I believe the chief had mentioned earlier, that the results of at least the latest survey are going to be available around the 2nd of December, I believe. If I heard.
I think it's the 8th, but
okay,
so I know it's going to be calendared.
All right, imminent. And so there's two things, in my mind. One is the specific part of this before us today, which I said to you, I'm still, uncertain really as to, in light of everything we're talking about, the process, really, whether that's a ministerial function today or whether it's something else. The harder work that I see is to understand as we go through these conversations, like what sounds like we're preparing for, and I would argue almost every major agenda item that comes before us, that there should be a discussion of the cost and the investment, so that people, we make that as transparent as possible, that people understand the cost of the service that they that they are demanding, and the outcomes, and again, to help people participate in making those trade-offs in terms of how this all works. So part of this again is today I'm we'll think the last few minutes about the vote today, but it's I think we have an opportunity to start incorporating more of this, not seeing it as a last minute, or what I perceive as kind of a last minute drill at the end of the year, that some of us participate more than others, but to get us all up to speed and very clear throughout the ongoing year as decisions are being made, to be aware, not that every decision comes down to dollars and cents, but to be aware on an ongoing basis of what those trade-offs are and what kind of investments are really being made on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll ask you, Commissioner Bonner, to lead that effort on behalf of the commission, to work with the department to ensure that that we all get the information and make it public. So thank you for that. Other questions on the commission, on the budget, the item before us, item 3A? Any questions? I see none. Very well, then we'll proceed. Is there a motion? The recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit to the mayor and city mayor and the city administrative officer, the CAO.
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Soboroff. Is there a second?
Unknown caller.
I will second it. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you very much. The department is then authorized to transmit to the mayor and city council, mayor and the CAO, at which point the significant effort on behalf of the city to create its budget will begin, as will the effort to determine what the ultimate budget is for the Los Angeles Police Department. And Chief, while I agree with you on what you said about the strategy issues that certainly the commission can be engaged in, we certainly have many constraints when it comes to the budget, as we're not involved in the contracts negotiations. We don't have the authority to cut staff. We don't have the authority to add staff. We have the authority to work within the mayor's budget guidelines on how to present, much like the department is presenting within those guidelines. And we certainly hope that the city of Los Angeles, as we hopefully start to come out of the pandemic in the next year, that the city resources will be replenished and that we can proceed in that way. And hopefully it will be a better budget year for the city as a whole. With that, we have concluded our regular agenda and we will move into closed session. Madam Secretary.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1 and 4A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We've completed our closed session. We're just waiting for all commissioners to return. Well, there are 3 of us now. We have a quorum. Commissioner Bonner was present in the closed session, but since we have a quorum, why don't we, Mr. Tiefenk, why don't you proceed and close out the session? And
Yes, Madam.
there's Commissioner Bonner now. Very good. Mr. Tiefenk?
Yes, Madam President. Commission has concluded its work in a closed session. As relates to item 4A1, officer involved shooting 003-20. The chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, drawing, exhibiting in policy, no further action, 1 Sergeant 1, lethal use of force in policy, no further action, 1 Sergeant 1. As I said, that was 4-0 unanimous. As to item 4A2, in custody death number 005-20, the chief's recommendation was unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote. That recommendation was to reclassify the incident from an in custody death to a death investigation. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much. The only business remaining is a motion to adjourn. I will move. Is it seconded? Everybody wants to remain in session.
Second that one.
Second from Mr. Bonner. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much. We will stand adjourned until our next regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.